We are live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Canadian Guy here, and we are back with another chill-laxed Spyro stream. Which, by the way, before I even start, before I send off the alerts, before I do my stuff, I have to do a quick shout out, and you can see right there, most recent donation, Milk Dud. Milk Dud came in and donated $100 right as the stream ended. Right as the stream ended last night, he donated $100, and so I had to throw in the victory noise. Thank you so much, Milk Dud, for the support and love. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Give me a minute to finish getting set up, and we shall begin. Just taking a towel now. Kind of got a bit of a headache, but I want to hang out with you guys then. It's a chill stream. That's what today is. It's a chill stream. We're going to try to chill, just relax, kick back, and play a comfort game, and that's Spyro 1. So let me get all set up here, and we shall start. I hope you guys are having a pretty, hey Owen Moore, how's it going? I hope everyone's having a good Saturday. I definitely needed a chill day after the events of yesterday. The events of yesterday was very up, down. It was very all over the place. Almost ready. Just getting it all set up. Hey, Queen Koopa, how are you? I hope you are well. The events of yesterday have definitely got me all shooken up and excited. Oh, that should do it. Boot that out. Go here. In here. That's done, and then let's go over to here. We're almost done. By the way, yes, I want to say one more time, I am hoping that everybody over in everyone over in Florida who's been dealing with all the issues of Ian, I hope things are starting to settle down. I'm hoping everything is starting to be a bit better. You guys can breathe a sigh of relief. Go. Put it up. Okay. So everything's been sent off. Everyone's been alerted. So why don't we finally start playing Spyro 1? And now this is my favorite. It wasn't bad when I reached the villa. Okay, I'm happy to hear that, Florina. Oh no, don't make me skip it. Why is it doing this? No.
It's been peaceful here in the 5 worlds, or is it
There we go.
6?
Fixed it.
For a dragon's age, we now
Hello,
have
my good sir. Hello there.
12,000 treasure, or is it 14,000?
What about this Ganasty Ganok character? Now, I understand he's found a magic spell to turn gems into warriors for his cause.
I'll take that question. Nasty Nork is a simple creature.
Simple?
He has been contained in a remote world and is no threat to the Dragon Kingdom.
No threat?
Besides, he is ugly.
Ugly? That does it!
Huh? Looks like I've got some things to do.
Hey, George Pinto. How's my favorite Canadian doing tonight? I'm your favorite Canucker? I mean, come on. Ryan Reynolds has got to take that spot. I mean, come on. Ryan Reynolds it's got to be everyone's favorite Canuck. Or at least close to it. There's a mod that I have had installed that I can't uninstall. I've tried to remove it, but it's the classic Dragon Crystal mod. I've tried to remove it.
I feel fired up, Bob.
I've tried. I've cleared my cache, and for some reason, this mod has just decided to stick to my PC version like glue. It's not a terrible mod. I'm just shocked it won't go away. Hey, Ronald. That's not my name perfectly said. I'm happy I was able to pronounce it.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. Free 10 dragons in the Artisan world, then find the balloonist. He'll transport you to the next world.
What about Nasty Nork? I'm going after him.
Find dragons first. That's all I can tell you.
Howdy, CG. How's it going? How's it going, Ronald? How are you doing? I hope you are well. Yeah, no, I'm trying to uninstall it because I'm trying to, like, when I try to record videos and stuff, sometimes I like to just have like when I'm recording, for everything to just be like the stock game. Sometimes I want mods activated. Sometimes I don't. But today is just really...
Where's Nasty Nork? I'll torch him.
Keep your horns on, Spyro. You have much to learn first. Do you know what the dragonfly following you is doing? His name is Sparks, and he's helping and protecting you. Keep an eye on him and see what I mean.
Ronald, the Cowboy Coyote, donated $2 to Super Chat. Thank you so much for the donation, Ronald. I appreciate it. Gosh, I would love a PS5 version of Reignited. So would I. I would love to see that if they turned around and they're like, hey, why don't we release, when Spyro 4 comes out, why don't we kind of remaster or release a patch for the PlayStation 5 version? I think there is a reason as to why, because I am curious. I am very curious. I know Insane Trilogy was made for the PC, and I know Insane Trilogy had, I'm trying to remember, did Insane Trilogy have a proper, like, up-res setup for the PC? I'm trying to remember. I do apologize about my memory. But I'm wondering if there is something to do with the engine that they decided to use for both Insane and CTR, to wonder why it's not quite working. I'm wondering. Who's my favorite adult dragon? Ooh.
Cool flash. Do that again.
The Artisan's boss is through a portal in the Dragon Mouth, but you're not yet ready, Spyro. First, you must complete one of the other Artisan lands.
So, one of my favorites is Lucas. I love what they did with him by literally putting the map to the secret that was the Speedway, by literally putting that on his wings. and I have a little story about that. When I went to Toys for Bob, there was a little moment where you could actually go and talk with the developers at their desks. There was only a couple developers to actually talk about at their desks because everything else was kind of blocked off. Because at the time they were working on Crash 4, and they would have been leaked pretty early, really early. But anyway, basically, Josh Nadelberg started pulling up dragons that they modeled and like their idle animations and stuff at his desk, and he was showing us all these details. He has a pattern on his wings that shows the Speedway entrance. Yes, it's a map. It's a map of Artisan's homeworld, and the X is over top of where the secret that he's talking about. And you can literally see in his animation, maybe when we get there today. I'm taking a casual playthrough of this today. I'm not racing through to get 100%. We're just doing a nice casual playthrough. And he points to his wing, and you can see when he's pointing to his wing, you can see where the X is. No, not a remaster, but a patch would be nice. A PS5 patch would be very nice. Because the big thing, too, is that you have to realize that this was Toys for Bob's very first game that they did on the Unreal Engine. I mean, granted, look how bloody magical and beautiful this world is. Like, this is the first project that they ever worked on in Unreal, and this is what they pump out. Like, it's absolutely just art. It's literally art. Let me make sure I got the gems up here. I thought I did, but no, I did already. Okay. And the big thing is that Toys for Bob then continued to work on, after Reignited, turned and worked on Crash 4. I would love to see what they could do if they kind of took like another pass at Reignited with what they learned from Crash 4 and make it a bit better. You know what I mean?
And don't be afraid.
Afraid of what?
Falling from high mountain peaks? Plummeting into prehistoric glaciers?
Oh, that.
There has been very few remakes and remasters that crack it so far out of the park that it's better than the original, in my opinion. Now, this is my opinion, and I know there's going to be so many people that disagree, and I know the speedrunning community definitely disagrees with it, or some of them do. As I've seen some quite negative responses to my statements on it, but I do think that Spyro 1 Reignited is head and shoulders, knees and toes, and wings and horns above the original one. I mean, in my opinion. A lot of people would disagree, and that's okay, but in my opinion, Spyro 1 Reignited so pins Spyro 1 perfectly, and I just absolutely love the colors, and I absolutely love the absolutely just love the colors, and I absolutely love the aesthetic, and I love the voices, and I love it all. I absolutely adore every moment of this game. I really do, genuinely do. This is my comfort game. This has become the game of when I got espresso depresso news, when I'm feeling down and out. This is the game. This is the game that I default back to. This is my, I need to walk away. I need to walk away. I need to sit down. And I need to be zen, is this game. Spyro 2, there's debates about Spyro 2. There are moments about Spyro 2 that I find are better in Reignited, but then there are moments that are better on Spyro, the original Spyro 2. There are moments there are moments I feel missed in Spyro 2 that are a little bit hard to pass. And a little bit, some rough edges, but Spyro 2 overall is still very good. Exactly, Spyro's such a perfect comfort game, absolutely. But where you start turning around to where things start getting a little bit twisty for me is Spyro 3. I find the original Spyro 3 better, more stable, more user-friendly. Overall, I find the original OG Spyro 3 better than the Reignited Spyro 3. Still good, but I definitely prefer the original. But I would still play Reignited Spyro 3 just for ease of access. Do you know what I mean?
Psst. Spyro, want to know a secret? Use the action button when you want to zoom in and look around.
Oh, your secret's safe with me.
So I keep the Reignited music on for the majority of the game because I think most of the tracks in Reignited are either on par or just a smidge better. But I got a feeling that if Stuart Copeland were to do it again with a more with clear instruments and better technology, I'm sure that he'd be able to knock it out of the park again. But I like Reignited soundtrack as Spyro 1 Reignited soundtrack. I think it mostly nails. Mostly. There's a couple that miss, but there's a couple that miss and miss really hard. But the one that really misses hard is Nork. I think it's Nork Cove, or I'm trying to remember. It's one of the last levels. The one with the Norks throwing the big barrels. I'm terrible with names, and I apologize. But
Oh, it's you. I wasn't sure if you'd escape those annoying little creatures. Of course, they wouldn't bother me, but here's a hint. Their metal armor is fireproof, but a charge attack will take care of them.
I think it's Nork Cove. Okay, Nork Cove, that's right. For some reason, I was thinking Nork Bay. Sounds like Nork Cove. Or no, Twilight Harbor. It's Twilight Harbor. It's not Nork Cove. It's Twilight Harbor. That's the one I was thinking of. The music for that one, I was not thrilled about. That was the only one that I feel like was a bit of a miss, was Nork Harbor. It went from like a harder, rockier sound to almost reggae. And while I got nothing against reggae, it kind of diffuses that whole level kind of wasn't an entire miss, but that was one of the few levels in Spyro 1 Reignited where it's like, it's kind of hard to figure and sort out. But that was one of the levels that I feel like I feel like we kind of missed there. You gonna play 100%? Oh, I mean, probably, yeah, but probably not on the stream. Hey, Dr. Bing Bong, how's it going? I might finish on the stream, I might not. I don't know. I'm just doing a casual, very casual
Big enemies
playthrough.
like this Nork with the club cannot be charged, but a quick flame, that should defeat them.
Yeah, the original Artisans does sound more grand, but I feel like the music here is definitely fitting because it feels like a welcome back to your childhood, right? Like, while, yeah, the original Artisans did have something that felt grand, while this does remove a bit of that grandness from it, it adds something new, and that new is this feeling of welcome back. And I feel like that is something that can't be discounted, is that the Artisan's music has been changed to something that feels more like welcome back to your childhood, welcome back to these memories, welcome back, this warm, bouncy, happy feeling. Was drummer of no, not Genesis. That the drummer of Genesis would be Phil Collins. It would be the drummer for the Police, and that would have been Stuart Copeland. Yeah, you're thinking Phil Collins. Next month, the remaster will be 4 years old. I know, right? I know. Yeah, it was. Yeah, exactly. It was definitely reggae. And like I said, I got nothing against reggae. It's nothing wrong with it, but that's not what Twilight Harbor sounds like. Right? That's just not what Twilight Harbor sounds like. Yeah, no, it doesn't feel like 4 years. It doesn't, but...
After you've freed all the dragons, pass through this fancy vortex thingamajigger. It'll take you back to the Artisan home.
Yep.
But first, let me tell you a story.
No thanks. See ya!
Grab that. There we go. There is... Yeah, exactly, Milk Dud. 100%. There's... It's how... How could you not? How could you not want to just play through Spyro and just relax? They're just different things. They're both groovy. Yeah, I like I said, I don't mind it, but I prefer the original when it comes to preferences. However, beyond that specific example, most of the soundtracks in Reignited, I feel, are on par. On par or pretty good. Hey, Enderboss, yes, happy Thanksgiving weekend to you as well. Thank you, Zavin. I appreciate that. Thank you. Go into here. And that's fair too. That's fair too. It's like...
When you free a dragon or step on one of their platforms, you're saving your progress. That could be useful if you run into trouble. Not that you ever run into trouble, Spyro.
What I'm hoping for is that... What I'm hoping for is that Spyro does... I am no king. I am no king. I am just as much of a fan as you guys. I'm just as much as a viewer, as a fan, as a supporter of Spyro Crash Bandicoot as you guys.
Watch the dragonfly, Spyro.
Thank you, GZ Uprise. How are you?
When he eats butterflies, he stays strong, like me.
Sure.
One of the things that I want to I have this, so what I was saying is that I have this half an hour Spyro video set up, and it's all talking explicitly about Spyro 4, and that I think I found something, and looking back and cross-referencing everything and matching everything, I feel like I figured out what is going on with Spyro. And when you compare it with, actually now with what's going on with Wumpa League, in fact, what's funny is that I have to now adjust the video because more evidence has come out with the release of Wumpa League and what's been going on. With the release of Wumpa League and what's going on, I have no idea. Well, no, I don't. It's not. I don't have no idea. I have an idea as to what's going on that I don't want to share too much of right now. After some of the, we'll say unspoken events that happened yesterday, let's just say I have to be a little careful with my speculation. I have to be a little bit careful. I just gotta be careful. Let's just, and we'll leave it at that.
Spyro, my friend, hint on gliding.
I didn't break any rules, if you guys are wondering. I didn't,
Press the jump button at the top
I
of your
didn't,
jump, and try pressing the action button to drop down mid-flight.
because the thing is that I am back from the grave. Hey, Mrs. Joker, thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. Welcome. Welcome back. How are you? How are you? Let's just say I didn't break NDA. I followed the rules. I don't think I'm in trouble anymore. I think everything is okay now. But I believe everything is sorted out. I believe. Hopefully. But it's such a joy to be able to cover this stuff. So absolutely, I love being right beside you guys and talking and covering this stuff. And when it comes to Spyro 4, I do believe that I found something. I do. I genuinely do. I genuinely do believe that I found something. And something that is public, something that I can share about, something that I can talk about, something that I can share, stuff that's public, nothing that's breaking anything. And I'm excited. I'm very much excited to be able to talk about it. I have it recorded and I'm editing it down now. I'm going to be resuming that back on Monday because I'm going on vacation this Friday. Actually, no, we shifted back a day. We actually shifted everything back a day to give me more time to be able to prepare. But I am going to be... I'm going to be going on about a 2-week vacation. This Saturday I'm heading out, and I will be back the day before Halloween, I believe. We'll be back the day before Halloween. There you are. Skill point acquired. How many times have I finished Spyro? I don't even know anymore, but it doesn't matter because it's because it's my comfort game. And today being a Saturday chill stream, I figured, you know what? Let's chill. Let's chill. Let's relax. And that's what I want to do. I want to chill and I want to relax, and that's what I'm doing. I'm enjoying myself thus far. Okay, so we got Stonehill done. Let's go do Town Square. But yeah, so the video that I have set up, as I stated, over and over again, I am still 100% think that Spyro 4 is in production. Anywhere exotic? No. Back garden. No, I'm going up to the family cottage that my dad owns. My dad owns a nice little cottage up north. It's a 12-hour drive. That's why we could afford it. It's in the middle of nowhere. But it's a nice place to go. My parents are already up there. They almost spend all of October. And then my wife and I come up with the kids partway through. All of a sudden, just remembered it when it came out. I even just listened to them. Nice! Did they have multiple drummers? I didn't know that. I'm not a very big music head, so you have to forgive me on that. My taste in music is terrible, absolutely terrible. People are like, "Hey, do you like this genre?" It's like yes and no. It's like, what do you mean yes and no? It's I have to hear it. And if I like it, if I like it. If I don't like it, I don't like it.
Welcome to Town Square, Spyro. Begin exploring by gliding to that area with the bulls.
Hey, Makinek Kumo, thank you so much. I guess to Clinora Ape Escape. So, I do want to get back to those. I do want to get back to Clinora, Ape Escape, etc. Recently, though, just with all the news and stuff, I've been kind of wanting to just get back to what I'm comfortable with as well. That's been the big thing, is that I want to get back to things that give me comfort, things that I enjoy, things that right now I just want to relax to, because today being Saturday, and I do want to get back to those other streams. I do, but there's been a lot going on in my life, and there's been a lot of stressful things.
Thanks, Spyro.
With
I had the worst
everything
itch
going
on
on.
the tip of my wing. Did you know that you get your longest glides by pressing the jump button at the very top of your jump?
Is it 11 and a half hour? Yeah, no, it's a 12-hour drive. Any plans? Any plans? Well, I was thinking about releasing a video that day that's a little bit more on the spooky side. There is a platforming game that no, I flamed the bull. I didn't race him. Or I didn't ram him. Spyro Crash, just curious. So, whenever you show me Crash Bandicoot or Spyro, you're going to get two different reactions. Crash gives me a hyped reaction, like, yes! Crash! When you show me Spyro, you're going to get a weeping, crying, you know, I love Spyro type of reaction. So, because Spyro... Hey, Julie Liberty donated $10 to Super Chat. Thank you so much. You gotta do whatever is best for you, CG. We support you nonetheless. Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm trying to do what I do, but trying to relax, but also entertain. Trying to do everything in between. Trying to follow what everyone is wanting, but also kind of what makes me happy as well. So, but I appreciate the support nonetheless. Thank you so much, Julie, for the $10. I appreciate it. So back to the previous question, that was Crash or Spyro. So I love them both. I really do. I love Crash. I love Spyro. I love playing them both. But if I had to choose, like if I was, you know, gun to head, you have to pick one, it would be Spyro. But only by a little bit, and the reason why is because of the fact that Spyro has ingrained itself to become such a comfort game for me.
Thank you for releasing me, Spyro. You can always check your progress by accessing the guidebook through the pause menu.
So the big thing is that Spyro I can relax to, but I can also, if I wanted to, I could make my life stressful for Spyro if I wanted to. I could try and make my life stressful. I could try to, you know, beat things as fast as I can, or, you know, race through, whatever. I have that option. But I also have the option to be able to play through and relax. Meanwhile...
Spyro, did you see a man dressed in blue running around here? He's a thief, and he's stolen a dragon egg. You've got to track him down and get that egg. Run, run! I'm getting a little winded.
But Crash doesn't really have that option. Crash doesn't have the relaxing option. You know, dying over and over again isn't necessarily relaxing. And while I absolutely adore and love Crash to death and would love to play it, when I'm in a stressed out mood, I would not reach out and play Crash Bandicoot. Alright? Even though I love Crash Bandicoot, if I'm stressed out, I'm not going to play Crash. But if I'm happy, I can play Spyro. If I'm sad, I can play Spyro. If I'm happy, sad, angry, whatever, I can play Spyro. Right? That's why I prefer, on the smidgiest of levels, Spyro. You know? I do think that Spyro is being worked on by Beanox. I do think that. I think that that is something that is totally happening. I absolutely do think that it's going to be Beanox that's working on it. And in my video, I actually go through and actually... in my video, I actually go through and I explain why it's going to be Beanox, right? And to me, it makes sense. To me, it makes sense, right? by, you know, Toys for Bob's own history and self-admission, you know, Toys for Bob only really works on... Oh, forgot to do the... I pushed the wrong button to do the Wii. I pushed the wrong button. Whoops. You think Spyro 4 is going to be good? I mean, it's kind of hard to be able to determine that based on nothing, but if we were to take a look at... If we were to take a look between... Who's doing it? So, Beanox. If Beanox can do as well as they did with Nitro Fueled as they do for Spyro 4, I think Spyro 4 is going to be very good. Because if I remember correctly, between Spyro and CTR, I think CTR beats the scores for the Spyro remakes by a smidge. Like, not much, but I think CTR on a Metacritic score technically is the best remake on a Metacritic score. Yeah, on a Metacritic score, CTR, I think, was the best remake, but like a point or two, not by much, overall. Meanwhile, Spyro fell a little bit behind when it came to the Metacritic scores. And that was developed by Beanox. So, Beanox can at least be able to develop a game that, well, in terms of review score, it seems to be significantly better than Insane. From what I saw, in terms of like the review scores for Insane versus the review scores of CTR, it was a pretty large, like it's pretty, you know, pretty large difference. Nick donated $1. Hey CJ, I have a question. What are your thoughts on PlayStation Stars? Have you tried it or know anything about it? By the way, excited for your new videos on Spyro 4 and Wumpa League. Yes. Forgive me, I'm a little... If I remember correctly, PlayStation Stars is kind of the concept where you get digital collectibles that aren't NFTs but are like having certain like limited editions. It's like a digital limited edition for collectibles and stuff for reaching certain achievements. If I remember that correctly, is that the? Am I about right about that? I mean, it almost feels like it's an addition to achievements. I feel like it would be cool to be able to expand on achievements, to be able to create like a trophy case, and in that trophy case you would have achievements that were rare and stuff. Beyond that, I mean, it's cool. I like the idea of getting collectibles that like are very exclusive. Like, okay, the first 1% of people that play this game can get the platinum PlayStation Star one-time collectible, right? It's like, okay, whoever reaches the top 1,000 people to get platinum on this game will get a collectible for it or whatever, right? And stuff like that, then sure, that's kind of cool. But I don't know, I have to kind of see it in action. Like, you know, I hate to give you a bit of a ducky comment, but I'm going to sit here and go, because I'm just unsure about it, really. That's it. It's just unsure. Sony right now has kind of been doing a couple swing and misses recently, so I'm hoping God of War Ragnarok comes and cracks it out of the park. Charles, you donated $1 through Streamlabs. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you so much, Charles. Yeah, I appreciate that. 1 second. Let me do this so that it updated. And Crash Bandicoot 4. That's what I'm thinking. It's a bridge game. It's a, okay, we'll release it, we'll make money on it, it'll keep people happy, you know, and maybe people will buy it later on, and then that will keep us covered for the investors until we get to Crash Bandicoot 4. But it went so far beyond that I think it really shocked Activision.
Nasty Nork has put one of his most devious henchmen in
I
charge
think
of the Artisan.
they were shocked.
Bring him on. I think I smell a barbecue.
Be careful, Spyro. Toasty has many tricks up his sleeve.
So, if you think about it, they really did crack it out of the park when it came to Spyro Reignited. I mean, when it came to Nitro Fueled. Alright, so, what I'm wondering... See you later, Julie. Thank you so much. Anyone else lose CG for about 20 seconds? No, I'm looking down here. No drop frames on my end. There we go. There we go. Huh. So a bunch of people lost me for about 5 seconds. That's strange. So if I could add a couple games to... I did too. What the heck? That was weird. Alright, so I will read your donation again. I thought BX was chosen to do CTR because they previously developed Skyline and Super Treasure racing segments. Yeah, again, the big thing is that overall, I think that yes, they were initially picked because of that, but CTR was seen as like the bridge game. They didn't think much of Beanox. Like, yeah, you're gonna fill in. You'll fill in with this title. It's another remake. Yeah, woohoo, whatever. And then all of a sudden, Beanox comes away and cracks it out of the park, and CTR sells more in its first weekend than the Insane Trilogy did.
Wow, I see you've been busy rescuing dragons, Spyro. You may travel to the... Are you ready to go?
Do you get what I mean? So, like, I am certain that they, Beanox wanted to take this opportunity to show how they could absolutely just kill it and be able to quite literally just blow it out of the park. And I think I don't want to spoil my video, but I do think that do I say it? Well, I have to prove it anyway. So, I think Spyro 4 went in development in early 2020. Not 2019.
Welcome to
At all.
Peacekeepers. Look how our treasure has been stolen and turned against us. Please, recover our treasure, Spyro.
Collect treasure. Got it.
I believe that a Spyro sequel... I believe that with the foundation that my video is going to lay, I think that there was in either late 2019 or early 2020, guaranteed there was a Spyro title in development. Now, who was developing it? Well, that could be up for the speculation. Is it still going? That's up for speculation. Was it canceled? That's up for speculation. But I think at the time of early 2020, there was enough evidence to suggest that with a rock-solid foundation, in my opinion, there was a Spyro title that went into development in 2020. Now, again, was it canceled 2 months later? It could have been, right? Was it, is it still going now? It could be. I don't know. But with the groundwork that my video sets, in my opinion, it basically confirms it. Now, whether or not people want to take that opinion as kosher or not, it's up to them. But in my mind, I will say, in my mind, and you guys know that I wouldn't try to trick you guys. And thus far, I have been right with my Crash and Spyro predictions, like my theories and stuff. They've been at least close. They've been at least close. All my dates went wonky, though, right when COVID happened. All my dates went wonky. And, yeah, that's where I absolutely lost control of the dates and everything. And I'm like, all right, well. And that's why I try not to give too many dates anymore. I try not to. I'll give, like, a big, broad date, but not, like, specifics. Wonder why they didn't start Spyro 4 immediately after the release of Spyro Reignited. Well, you have to think they had to figure out who was going to do it, right? Because you have to think Vicarious Visions at the time was doing, I believe, Destiny. Toys for Bob was working on Crash 4. Beanox was working on CTR and all the other Call of Duties. So it's possible that there just wasn't anybody available. That's it. There just wasn't anyone available, and they were trying to figure out who was going to do it. That's possible. And then 2020 came along after they rocked it with CTR, and they're like, you know what? Maybe we can do something here and hand it to Beanox. Maybe. I don't know.
Hey, Spyro. Sparks the Dragonfly has been doing a
Love
good
Magnus.
job protecting you. Make sure to keep him
I want to try the
strong
pizza now.
by feeding him lots of butterflies.
Tastes like cardboard. Awkward Gamer, that's where you are a little bit... There might be something that's to suggest that they actually started Crash 4 first before they started Reignited. That's something that a lot of people forget to mention. Because when you do the dates, it doesn't add up. When you do the dates, it doesn't add up. In terms of development time, it doesn't add up. That they started Crash 4 first, and then shifted to Spyro. Hey, Drad, how's it going, my dude? Because if I remember correctly, Spyro Reignited only had 14 months of development. That's it. 14 months of development, and that is it. That was the approximation that I was able to kind of come up with on Twitter, judging by the dates and stuff. About 14, and that's if they started development of Spyro Reignited right at when Insane came out. So it's possible it was only the numbers that I initially heard was about 11 months. That's the numbers that I heard. Between 11 and 13 months was the between initially 9 to 11, or it was 11 to 13. That's what I heard. Nice, Drad.
Spyro, keep up the good work, and I know you'll fulfill your destiny.
Destiny? I just want to kick some.
Just toast those enemies and collect the treasure.
Do you think that we'll ever get a Crash movie? Well, ask yourself, has Microsoft or Xbox touched into TV and films yet? You can kind of surmise it from there. You can kind of surmise from there what's going on. There we go. They did with Halo. Fair. Halo, that's right. They did do Halo. And it only took them how long? When did Steven Spielberg announce that he was starting to help with Halo? Because I remember Spielberg announced that like 1800 billion years ago. Like 8,000 years ago, I remember Steven Spielberg announced that he was helping with the Halo series. And honestly, man, I haven't watched, I will admit, I haven't watched the Halo series, so I have no opinion in terms of that. But I saw some of the CGI. Ugh! Yeah! Yuck! Yikes! And that's coming from a fan of Halo. I love Halo. Absolutely love Halo. And I saw the CG, some of the CG for it, and I was like, whoa! Like, what a big yike. Like I said, I don't even know what the story is. But man, Man, I saw the CGI and I was like, wow, that's a major yikes on my part. Goodness gravy. Hey, thank you so much, NLG Realm, for the 1 bit. 499 gems remaining. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. So in terms of Crash Bandicoot, does Crash have more of a chance to get into a TV show now in comparison to, well, even then, because then you have to think of Skylanders Academy. Skylanders Academy was a thing, but I mean, I heard that was an absolute botch fest behind the scenes. I have no idea what happened there. There was a whole bunch of drama with that. I mean, you could hate Halo and love Red vs. Blue. Red vs. Blue's writing is just amazing. Protect me, Colin!
Word of caution, little one. Wait until you
that
grow
joke
big,
was
like me, before charging those large enemies.
I remember seeing that cinematic for the first time when I was a kid and laughing hysterically. Hey, thank you so much for the 3 bits. I appreciate that, Daniel. Gems everywhere. Ah, yes. Yes. Hey, Cody Wilson, how's it going? Boop. See, some people are wondering, why do I want Microsoft to be able to acquire Activision? And the answer is, really, I am not big on big, giant corporate companies. I'm not. I'm really not. I am not big on that. I'm not big on these corporations owning such a mass... can I do it from here? I can't remember. I'm not big on companies being able to own giant, massive amounts of content, especially in our entertainment.
Spyro, some big norks
However,
overhead are wearing armor, and in the ice cave, armor can make their feet very slippery.
However, no matter what, it seems, dating and looking back from so long ago when it comes to Activision's history, Blizzard's history, no matter what they did, there was always issues, and there was always problems, and there was always issues behind the scenes. But a lot of people turned a bit of a blind eye because the content that they made was really good. But as it got more apparent, obviously, things needed to obviously come forward, and things should have come forward initially, right? And blind eye shouldn't have been, turned at all. So, with a mass takeover like Microsoft, which, yeah, Microsoft makes really high quality content, they're going to make games that people are going to enjoy, that people are going to want to keep playing. And it also opens up Crash and Spyro to be, to literally other companies to be able to try to develop as well. And not just that, it also opens Toys for Bob to be able to develop something other than Crash, Spyro, or Shooty Shooty Bang Bang, right? That's something that's a real big benefit. But the thing is, the biggest thing is that Activision holds such a large footing in North American gaming. It's massive. Absolutely massive. And they hold so many employees. There's like, what? I think there's like 3,000 employees at Activision, which is absolutely just gigantic for the gaming industry. Activision has such a large foothold in the gaming industry that, and unfortunately has a lot of toxicity within it, that a Microsoft takeover would remove a lot of that toxicity. Now, does that mean Microsoft is completely clean? No, absolutely not. Are they cleaner than Activision? I would say yes. And it also gives the way...
Thank you for releasing me.
The way Microsoft approaches game development I like it better. I like it better than how Activision does it. Activision just pumps up the same games and sees what makes money and then cuts what doesn't. Meanwhile, Microsoft turns and looks at the developers and say, hey, what do you want to make? That's it. They just ask, what do you want to make? And then the developers say, we want to make this. It says, okay, as long as it's available Game Pass day one, then we can do it. Right? So, giving Toys for Bob, giving Blizzard, giving... Like, man, I would love to see Sledgehammer try something that isn't a first-person shooter. I would love to see what Treyarch can do, because... And also, I want to see a Call of Duty under Microsoft's pull that is given time to be able to really develop. Given time to cook, and maybe instead of a Call of Duty every year, I wouldn't mind a Call of Duty once every 3 years, but every 3 years that Call of Duty is absolutely just killer, absolutely just amazing, and brings something new to the table that blows everybody's minds every single time, and becoming literally becoming the #1 first-person shooter again, not by name but by quality alone. Does that make sense? Becoming a first-person shooter, the highest quality first-person shooter, not by name but by quality alone. If that makes sense. I don't want, and I want to see, you know, all these studios at Activision be able to succeed and try something new. And I don't think that's such a bad thing to want to see for such a large portion of the video game industry, to have freedom.
You've done well, Spyro. Some dragons thought you weren't ready, but I knew they were wrong.
I'm ready, all right.
Ready for what? I love how he disappears. His hand always going up like, bruh. But that's why in this case, yeah, I do think that if Microsoft gets approved by the FTC to be able to own Activision, I think that would be a boon to the company overall. I think it would overall be something that is really, really, really well done. And I want to see the workers of Toys for Bob and the workers at Toys for Bob, the workers under Activision, they get treated the way that they should be treated.
Thanks for freeing me, Spyro. And now, where was I?
But again, the big thing that a lot of people forget, and again, I've said this multiple times, but people got to remember, this isn't just Call of Duty that Microsoft is buying. They're buying World of Warcraft. And let me tell you something, that game needs an overhaul so bad. That game needs an overhaul so bad. All the old stuff, all the systems in it. WoW needs an update really bad. Because it's like, okay, every single time we add an expansion, it's like they're trying to run off the same engine, run off the same stuff. It's like, man, if you could actually turn around and like overhaul World of Warcraft from end to end, graphically, musically, etc., I think that would be an absolute just wonder, and I think under Microsoft that is a possibility. Hey Tiffany, how's it going? Hello Kia. And that's the biggest thing, is that, yeah, they'll sit down, they're like, yeah, we're going to put our new servers in here. You're not going to have day one launches like you are doing with Overwatch 2, where people are getting DDoS attacked to the point where they can't even log in and play anymore. Like, like goodness gravy. Also, there's something that drives me nuts, and I really, really, really want to talk about this for a second. I was laughing. So there were, like, while the Overwatch 2 servers were acting like giant, you know, kakapupu pee-pee, there were people that were accusing Blizzard and Activision of somehow letting in big pro players, like big streamers and content creators, be able to play the game over everybody else when it comes to the server queues. Because every time they hop on Twitch, they see the big streamers. Ooh, they're playing. Why can't I play? I try to play and I get booted off, but yet they get no DCs. They get no. What's wrong with that? Let me tell you something. These big streamers, these streamers with, you know, 10K people watching live, 10K, 20K, even 2K, 3K people watching live, these guys, this is what they do for a living. So of course they're going to sign in. They're going to have everything ready to sign in right when everything's ready to go. They're not going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to try to log in 5 minutes before the stream. No, they're going to figure out the server queues. They're going to calculate how long it's going to be, and they're going to make it so that when they're ready to go live, their server queue is so short that right when they go live, they're in the game. And they have the best internet, they have the best this, they have the best systems and everything. And when you're getting DDoS attacked and when you're dealing with that stuff, typically the stronger PCs can hold a little bit more, and the stronger internet services hold a little bit more. Hi. Okay, sure. Why? Oh, okay. How is he, by the way? Good. He hasn't thrown up. Good. Okay. Okay, give me 1 second. I am going to get a glass of water and also bring a chair upstairs. I will be right back. You guys can enjoy the lo-fi Spyro music until I get back. Hopefully I don't die. Let's take the headphones off. That'd be great too. I'll be right back. I need to clean up my office so bad. Too stressed. Elena donated $2 through Super Chat. Thank you so much. I'll start the train. Aw, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2, the $2 train. I appreciate it. Thank you. I am no king of any crown or any throne. I am just happy to be a viewer with you guys. Hey, Justin W., how's it going? Yes, of course. How's the stream going so far? The stream's going well. I'm just having a relaxing time today. Today is just a relax after the events of yesterday. But I also want to come on and kind of explain, because I mean, half the comments that I've been hearing is, what about Spyro? What about Spyro? What about Spyro? Why is Spyro abandoned? Why is Spyro abandoned? And all I want to say is, hey, I'm on E2. Happy Saturday to you as well. All I want to say to those who are freaking out about that, I wouldn't worry if I were you. I think things are lining up very well for Spyro. I personally think. I think that things are lining up very well for Spyro. And I think that Wumpa League even creates a really, really... Hey, Kelly, how's it going? What happened to the Skylander stream? So, the channel is going through a small little overhaul, not a big one. And what's going to be happening is the streams are going to be reposted elsewhere. They're going to be posted on a secondary channel, an archive channel, so that when people come to Canadian Guy, they can see it's, oh, he just streams. It's like, no, I don't just stream. I make videos, right? Because I'm not just a streamer. So what we're gonna be doing is that we're gonna be re-uploading those streams, even with some light edits as well, whether it be like the intro removed or whatnot, maybe bathroom breaks removed, and go from there.
How's a dragon supposed to flame metal armor?
Thank you, Beyond
anyway?
Xanos.
Remember, Spyro, flame won't work on metal, but charging with your horns, that should do the trick.
You're king to us in heart. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate the comment. Thank you. Alright. Oh, that's right. So, yeah. Wumpa League is a perfect segue, a perfect opportunity, marketing opportunity for Crash, Spyro, and any other family-friendly franchise that they want to incorporate. Wumpa League is going to become, and it sounds kind of goofy, but it's true, Wumpa League potentially becomes the war zone, the Fortnite, the integral link in all of the family-friendly content that Activision talks about, and inevitably, if the acquisition goes through, you can get even more. So you can get Banjo in there, you can get even Conquer, whatever. And the point is that Wumpa League is being set up in a way where it's going to likely be a game that is unique but fun, potentially competitive? Question mark? I don't know. But the point of it is that, just think of it this way. I made a video talking about this where I literally talk about why was Crash 4 coming to PC. We were finding the Steam database, and the Steam database was suggesting that Crash 4 would be coming to Steam. And while yeah, it seems that we have pretty hard evidence to suggest that yes, it is coming to Steam very soon. But here's the thing. Here is the thing about that. Is it doesn't make sense to put a game on Steam unless you're going to be putting a Steam, or it doesn't make sense to put a game that's on PC a year later on Steam when it's already been on Battle.net. And the reason why is because they want to create what's called the cycle.
What's on the other side of that river?
The cross-pollination cycle.
There and find out.
So, and I talked about this in a previous video. So picture this. Imagine they release Wumpa League. Okay, Wumpa League is cool. Everything is great. And, alright, then what they... So, let me go back to step one. Step one, they released Crash 4 to Steam. A bunch of people that were like, oh my gosh, Crash 4 for Steam. I've been waiting for this. So they buy Crash 4 for Steam. Cool. Sounds great. Then they announce Wumpa League that's free to play, and they release it on Steam. So now all the people that played Crash 4 on Steam or prefer Steam are going to be like, okay, well, every time I log in, it suggests for me to go try Wumpa League. And you know what? It's free to play, let me give it a try. And they try it, right? Bang. 2, it's a free-to-play game. Free-to-play games that are backed by AAA companies typically always have a giant initial download thing where a whole bunch of people download the game. Where just everyone wants to give it a shot because it's free to play. Why not, right? And all of those people that are trying the game are going to get recommended. By the way, Crash Bandicoot 4, the platformer that this game was based off of, is on Steam as well. And they've said, you know what? I really like this Wumpa League game. I'm going to go play Crash 4. I'm going to go try this Crash Bandicoot 4. They go try the Crash Bandicoot 4. So here's what's happening now. You're getting people
You've reached the highest point in Cliff
playing
you can get
Wumpa League,
anywhere from here. If I were
falling in love with it, trying Crash 4, or they played Crash 4, tried Wumpa League, and fell in love with it. So now you got a 2-pin cycle going here. Well, all of a sudden, Wumpa League turns around and says, hey, you know what would be really cool? On the 25th anniversary, we announced Spyro 4 is coming for his 25th anniversary. And guess what? He is going to be also as a playable character in Wumpa League. Well, now here's what's going to happen. What's going to happen is people are going to turn around and say, if you're excited for Spyro 4, you can check him out now in Wumpa League. Well, what's going to happen is the Spyro fans that are just strictly Spyro fans are now going to try Wumpa League because they're super hyped and excited for Crash 4 or Spyro 4 that they're going to try Wumpa League. And what's going to happen is that there's going to be people that are going to like it, and then people are going to try Crash 4 because they tried that, and it's a cycle. And then likewise, the people that are playing Wumpa League, Spyro comes out, they're like, wow, this character is super cool. Oh, he's got a new game coming out. You know what? I'm going to buy that game when it comes out because I like it. And what it's doing is it's creating this giant cross-pollination cycle of content of these games all recommending each other and all pointing towards each other and having all the characters featured in them and having people going and trying them out. I think one of the ultimate examples of that, I believe, was Fire Emblem and Super Smash Brothers. If I remember correctly, Super Smash Brothers there was a stat that came out that was like when they started to include Fire Emblem characters into Super Smash Brothers, the American purchasing for Fire Emblem skyrocketed because not a lot of people knew about Fire Emblem, and then they tried Smash Bros. And they saw these characters, they fell in love with them, and they started to play, and they went off and started to try other games. And likewise, that happens with a lot of games for Super Smash Bros. You're going to see a giant increase in characters and games being purchased. So I really, really hoped Wumpa League wouldn't get confirmed for this year. It's, what do you mean, like confirmed to come out this year, or not to be confirmed to come out this year? I'm confused by your wording on that. And also, to follow up with your question on the wording, why? Okay, so we did Cliff Town. Oh, we gotta do, Dry Canyon. Absolutely. Absolutely, it's increased Metroid as well, Clipper, absolutely. I won't play, I just want Spyro 4. Well, what's probably going to happen, in my opinion, is you got two things that are going to happen. It's possible that Wumpa League comes in March. Wumpa League comes in March. There's a beta, there's a this, there's a that, there's a this. And then leading into the summertime, they announced Spyro 4. and then they feature a Spyro as a character. Or at the end of 2023, they announced Spyro 4 to come out in the summertime of 2024 for the year of the Dragon. For Year of the Dragon. Because 2024 is the Year of the Dragon, 2023 is the 25th anniversary. The only reason why Crash came out the way it did was because of the release of the next gen and the fact that you want to have typically your games that are old gen to release before the next gen comes out. A 6-year wait. Yeah, I mean, yeah, well, we'll say 5 because you know, Spyro came out in November, so I think saying because 6 years would be depending on when it comes out and depending on the release and stuff. 5.5 maybe.
Spyro.
And again, I think it's because I personally think that Spyro went into development in 2020 and didn't get touched in 2019. Or maybe it didn't, something happened, I don't know. But I think that there was a game that was considered to be in development by the beginning of 2020 or late 2019. Just in that slot. Oh no. I can declare that I have no signed information or have discussed anything with Toys for Bob or Activision about Spyro 4. I have signed nothing. I have spoken with nobody in terms of through like official channels that are verified. I have not spoken officially or spoken with anybody. I haven't. So I want to confirm that to you right now. At the moment, at this point in time, I have not. No, seriously, I hand over my heart. I have not spoken to any developers about a Spyro sequel, a Spyro game, a Spyro anything. Hand over my heart, and I wouldn't lie to you guys. I would not lie to you guys. If I had, I'd be like, oh, maybe, right? Maybe, but
Is that you, Spyro? Are you the young dragon?
hand over my heart, I tell you now, I have not spoken directly with anybody at Activision about any member of Activision about Spyro 4.
I forget.
I promise you. So it's either 2023 or 2024, and it's going to, but I think I want it to. I think that they want to be able to produce as much money from Wumpa League as possible to assess whether or not it would be a game that a live game that they want to continuously continue. Because the game might last for 2 years and then they stop supporting it. No idea. The game might last for a long time and they keep supporting it to the end of time. I have no clue. I have no clue what their plan is. I have no idea what their philosophy is. I have no clue whatsoever. But overall, I think that I think that it might be for Wumpa League. I personally think a release sometime in March might be happening because the advertising cycles for this stuff is getting shorter and shorter. Or they might have a beta launch in March. Maybe they'll have it released in the summertime. I don't know. They could both be released in the same year. That is true. They could be both released in the same year. I forgot the key. I know there's right now, Arnold Franklin. I know that there's some people throwing some stuff around. I know that there was, there's this Spyro mobile game going around, or was it Overlords or Overlands or whatever? All of these things that are floating around. That's all from Game Jam, and we can't take anything that we see at Game Jam as anything literally related to anything. What Game Jam essentially is, if you guys don't know, Toys for Bob, what you have to first understand. I have seen it, Arnold, frankly, because I have the video. I have the video downloaded, and I've scrubbed through it. I have the video downloaded. And I'm telling you, I have seen it. I have it. I have the video downloaded. Game Jam, and you need to listen. Game Jam is where developers that want to be able to develop something outside of their spectrum to try and show everybody mechanics. And it is a playground prototype event that the developers at Toys for Bob hold. So,
you are a good glider, eh, Spyro?
I was born to glide.
To give you an idea, it's like, okay, I work as a lighting artist. All I do is lighting, and I really like it. But I've had this idea to create a game, or this game mechanic that's really cool. This game mechanic I came up with, and I want to try my hand at coding. So they try their hand at coding, and it gives them a chance to show it off to the people who code. They have it every year. Every single year they do Game Jam, except for when the pandemic happened. They have it every single year.
Incredible glide, Spyro. I thought I'd be stuck here forever with those ugly vultures standing on my head. Those birds might look tough, but they're pretty tasty. Flame broiled with a pinch of salt.
Anyway. Yes, they have it every single year, right? So, the point is that we can't take anything that we can't take anything that's shown off at Game Jam as anything at all. Right? Period. We can't, because all it is people saying, hey, I do this, I want to try something else, I want to try this, and they create a prototype to show it off. So, at this point in time, there is absolutely nothing to glean from, because that Game Jam was from 2018, and we know what their schedule was because we literally have that said schedule. We know their schedule was 2019 was Crash 4, followed by 2020 was going to be Crash 4 and Wumpa League, right? It's a nothing sandwich right now. That's what you call it, a nothing sandwich. There is no leak of, because I know there was a YouTube, I think it was a Spanish or an Italian YouTuber that was really hyping up what this video. It's Game Jam 29. It's Game Jam. The reason why they don't show anything of Game Jam is because it's going to get people's hopes up for no reason, because they're just prototypes made by people. You can even see in the video, you can literally see some of, like, they're all in grayscale, right? And the Spyro game that they were using was, it was a, hey, the person asked, can we somehow put a Spyro experience on mobile? And they're like, hey, what if we did a Spyro Speedway on mobile? And that's what the developer, that's what the guy did. The guy created the human. They created a Spyro Speedway on the phone. How have you been, the human 543? How have you been? Off to Dr. Shem. And that's why we can't take anything from Game Jam, because Game Jam doesn't mean anything, unfortunately. I've been great. School's taken over. Hasn't taken over your life? And you're not reporting that your school has been taken over by something else? Just that you've been busy with school? Would it be cool to me as Spyro? I mean, yeah, but like, I would rather them focus their resources on a new Spyro title, you know? It's going to be interesting. Hello there. Hello there, Lord Dragon. It's going to be interesting to see, like, the final gameplay of what Wumpa League looks like. It's going to be very, very, very strange. Because to my knowledge, Toys for Bob, have they ever worked or led on a project that was more multiplayer based in terms of, like, online? Not supported, led. Like, it was their first time doing it. I have no idea. I have no idea if it was a complete and utter restart. I have no idea. I have no clue. I have no idea if it's a complete and utter restart. I have no idea if it was recycle what it was that we had. I don't know what it was. I have no idea. No clue.
Dr. Shem thinks he's so cool. You don't know what it's been like listening to him over and over. But I tell you one thing, he should watch his back.
Go. But yeah, I have no idea how much has been salvaged, redone, or if it was just like they tried something, didn't work, and just like, all right, let's see if we can fix it, make it better. Because there was something that Lou Studdert said in the interview that I think is very important. He talked about leaks. And there was a really, really good point that he made. And it's something that I've been wanting to save for a video. And I'm still going to make the video about it. But people sit there and they're like, why was Wumpa League teased for so long? Actually, the teases of Wumpa League were our own fault. They were. The teases for the amount of teasing for Wumpa League. Oh man, I almost had him. The teasing for Wumpa League was our own fault. And you sit there like, well, how could it be our fault? Well, simple. We first got inklings of it and announcements of it and talks of it way too early. And then the first inkling talks about it were absolutely negative. They were so negative. and it was not good. So how do you tell everybody that the game that you're working on is still being developed, but you don't know what the game is anymore? You have no idea, like, the genre. You have no idea how it's going. You have no idea where it's going. And that's one of the things that Loose talks about, is that game development is a whirling dervish of chaos where it kind of settles at the end. And instead of... It's just a whirling dervish of chaos. And instead of talking about a game way too early, they wait until they know what the game bloody is about and what it is before they go out and announcing it and talking about it, right?
I can't believe how up aboard
So
Magic Crafter's
you
world
find out that your game got leaked way too early. Everyone's depressed about it and everyone's upset about it. So how do you tell everybody that the game is, there's still a game in development? You do coy little teases. You do coy little things to be able to entice people to say, hey, wait, something's happening. And every single time the trail started to get cold about Wumpa League, one little official hint would drop. Every single time that the trail would get cold, they would drop something, but they were too far out. They were too far out. But to try and keep people happy and keeping some form of positivity, something to kind of look forward to, something to kind of keep the hope alive so that people don't fully cash out or bank out on the concept that the game was canceled and write it off and enter a doom and gloom phase for the franchise. They release little official teases, little bits that they know that the community is going to grab and run with, right?
I want you to release the dragons, reclaim our treasure, and recover the eggs from those pesky blue thieves.
And grabbing the attention of people. But also, we have the pandemic to contend with, right? That was something that they didn't expect. And that was something that they kind of were held up on. The rumor that I heard, now, I want to say this as, again, rumor. I better not have my soundbite grabbed, taken out of context, and sent off to Reddit, Discord servers, or Twitter, or whatnot. Rumor alert, okay? Rumor has it, okay? The rumor, bonk, love doing that. The rumor was that basically Call of Duty was going down bad. The development was going down hard because of COVID, because there were so many people employed, there were so many people going on, and that basically Call of Duty was just dying and bleeding, and it wasn't looking good. So what they literally had to do is they said, okay, essentially all hands on deck to get the game done. So everybody is stopping everything that's not called Call of Duty, and you're working on Call of Duty to get it going. Meanwhile, also contending with the stay-at-home orders and dealing with all the programming and stuff. Dealing with all of that is kind of what happened, and Toys for Bob was trying to figure this game out. They weren't, I forgot the key. They weren't sure. They were trying to get it to work. It was kind of working. That's the rumor. And then basically all hands on deck and everything paused. Now that's the rumor that I heard. All hands on deck. Take care of COD. And then that's why you heard the reports of all those layoffs. The reports of the layoffs, in my mind, was because they didn't need them right there and then, because they were all hands on deck for Call of Duty. Now that's what I heard. If you go and take a listen to Jez Corden heard a similar rumor. If you go on his podcast, he says basically the exact same thing. And I think that's what happened. And I think I definitely agree with the concept of them trying to figure out what the game was, because that's what, that is what, what's his name says, Lou Studdard. Lou Studdard legitimately turns and says, hey, Lou Studdard says, you know, we don't talk about games that are leaked because we're not even 100% sure. We're not even 100% sure what the game is about. Now, he was referring to Crash Bandicoot 4, and yes, he was. But I think that there was a bit of an allude to Wumpa League as well, because I personally think there's a bit of an allude to Wumpa League as well, to explain, like, hey, we don't talk about these games this early because it's a whirling dervish of chaos, and we're not even 100% sure what it is. And the reason why
this portal leads to a special place where you can learn to fly. I remember when I was a young dragon, earning my wings.
Learn to fly. Got it.
So now you tie the game genre sounding like it was changing. It sounds like the game genre was changing, because from what we initially heard what the game is like compared to what Jez said the game was like, it's a bit different, right? And then you tie that with you tie what we initially thought the game was compared to what Jez said, and then you tie that with what Lou Studdard said. It kind of surmises the concept of that, hey, when Wumpa League was leaked or teased, we can kind of assume that when you put those three statements together, when you put the, okay, Lou Studdard said this, Jez said this, and this is what the initial leak was for Wumpa League, you can kind of surmise and figure out that when Wumpa League was leaked, they still weren't quite sure what the game was like, and they were trying to figure out how to get it right. And that's what my conclusion is. When you tie those three things together, it sounds like they weren't quite sure. That's my theory, at least. But when you coincide all three of those statements together, that's where you kind of get that. So again, as I was saying, rumor, speculation, etc., not confirmation. Please don't run off and say CG said this, it's news, blah, 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 blah. So, let me know if I'm wrong, but weren't a lot of artists on Crash 4 just hired contractually? So the way Toys for Bob is not a very big studio. Toys for Bob is only like between 160 to like 180 people. About that. About 160 to between 120 to 180, depending on its size. So they are not a very large and in charge studio. So they contract out. They do independent contractors, etc., to get these games started. And sometimes these independent contractors, they get let go. When there's no work, they get let go. And then sometimes when even their core studio, some of their core studio also get let go. You know? Okay, let's go over here. Let's do this. But yeah, that's when it comes to that kind of stuff. Again, rumor, speculation, educated guess. Wrap it as with whatever foil that you need to make it so that you can't come and attack me when if I'm wrong. if and when. You kind of have to be careful too, because like you have to understand there's some loons online that are just absolutely batty and just absolutely just absolute nutbaggery where if, let's say, by some weird chance that the pizza box is wrong and that the 1208 doesn't mean Game Awards, let's say it is. Let's say at the end of the day, it was a theory of mine, right? At the end of the day, it was a theory, right? Now, does it coincide? Yes, it definitely does. Do I think it's a confirmation? Yeah, I do think it is. But am I like, oh yes, I'm 1000% certain I've been told by so-and-so it is, I've been told and it's been said, no, of course not. It hasn't. And that's why I made like a comment that I pinned in the video saying, hey, this is a like, for clarification, this is like borderline theory. Do I think it's true? Yes, I think it's very much true. I think it's very much true, personally. But at the end of the day, we don't have a confirmation as of yet. And I don't want some crazy loons going absolutely insane and attacking me on social media if and when Game Awards comes along and for some reason it's not there, which I think would absolutely be ridiculous.
Beasts, are you?
Of course not.
Oh, good. I didn't think so.
You got some of these people that are just absolutely just batty and will absolutely attack you in droves if you're wrong about something. And while yesterday to give you an idea, goodness gravy me oh my, yesterday was absolutely bonkers because my picture of my Crash Bandicoot stuff was shared across channels that have hundreds of thousands of followers and watchers and viewers. I guess Kinda Funny Gaming stopped their podcast to report about the contents. Nibble was posted it. Wario64 posted it, but they were all saying, yeah, new Crash game confirmed coming to the Game Awards. And it's kind of just like, okay, it's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. Like there's a lot of people coming in now and pounding their chest saying, yeah, it's confirmed, it's coming. And while yes, of course, I think it is coming, I want to make clear that it's a theory. It's a theory. That's what it is. It's a theory. Now, is it a well-backed theory? Well, that's up for you to decide. Right? It's up to you to decide if it's believable or not. It's just a theory. Now, do I have backing to it? Yes, and I don't just throw speculation out without saying this is just me speculating, right? I try to have some backing, some grounds to it, some, as you say, meat to the theory, some backing so that if I'm not, to try to at least test out the theory, test it out. Does it work? Does it break? If I throw questions at it, does it break the theory? And if it does break it, how does it break it? And can it be repaired? And anyway, with common evidence, if the answer is no, then it's okay. Then there's something wrong. Hey, Cash Brady, how's it going? So I try to piece the theories together for them to make sense. And if they don't make sense, then they don't go out. And then sometimes a new piece of information comes out and completely changes the theory. It happens. It's really, really frustrating when people get upset at you when it's a theory that you put together that you feel is believable, that you have backed up on, and it doesn't quite end up exactly the way that you expected, right? But you know what? I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. The worst theories. I'll say this. The worst theories are when you were initially right, but they changed everything in the background. That is painful. Is when you find out later on that you were right, that your theory was correct, and that you nailed everything spot on, but something happened internally and it delayed the game, or it delayed the release, or it delayed this, and you're just sitting there and you're like, I was right.
Work, Spyro. If you keep this up, you'll learn all the
But if I
tricks of
turn
the
around,
Magic Crafter's world.
it's and then it's like and I'm not. What are you doing there? What you doing there, boy? Hold on, I gotta go take you out. Bye. There we go. Now, I'm not going to reveal when and what, but there have been times where that happened, where I made a theory about something, whether it be a release date or a feature or whatever. I'm not going to say what it is. And I allegedly found out that I was actually correct. I do that every time. I try to cheese it. And it was painful to hear. It's like, you were right, but something happened, and it changed, or it got cut, or it this, or it that, or did. And you're just like,
Remember that these blue thieves
but if I turn around and make a video
world as well.
Don't worry.
defending myself, being like, hey, Cinnamon Cupcake, being like, I was right, guys. See, I was actually right, but they changed it. And it just looks like you're in denial and you look like you're an idiot. And it sucks because it's like, but I was right. The methods of research that I used were correct. My methods, my thoughts, everything made sense. Everything lined up. And it's like, nope, you were wrong. The video has terrible resolution. Really? What do you mean? Boink. It's like, good golly. $140p. It's not $140p here. It's like, good golly. That sucks. But oh well, it doesn't matter. You're still technically wrong, even though you were technically right. You looked at the math equation, you solved X, but then it turned out the 3 that you tried calculating earlier decided to be a 7. After you calculated it. So, it's like, imagine you hand in an answer, imagine you hand in a test, and you find out that the teacher whited out the equation and replaced one of the numbers and said, okay, now you're wrong. It's like, but I was right. Oh, that you have for research? Oh. So, I can't really give a number because every single title is different. Every title is different. When it comes to content that is active, a good place to look is looking at job applications, looking at what they're hiring for. Does what they're hiring for match with the project that you think that they could be working on? and then from there figuring out what is it that they're asking for, and then you can kind of figure out what stage of production that they're in, right? So if they're looking for a writer, okay, they're early. Oh goodness, they are early. Because a writer, oh gosh, that's you're writing the story of the game. Animator, you're doing pretty good. You're getting getting close. Depending on how many animators that they're hiring, if it's a small batch of animators, typically that means you're getting closer to the end. If it's a big batch of animators, it means that the game has been scripted, basic animation has been plotted out, and now that it's about the time to start doing the idle animations, and the game is in actual production now. Props, and then you can kind of just start building based off of, like, okay, how far along do studios typically do these stages of production, and how urgent are they, and how long are they online for? You can start there. You can also look at copyrights for games. You can be like, okay, let's take a look at this copyright. Is it alive? Is it dead? Has it had any activity recently? Then going on Twitter and trying to look at what potential developers are tweeting about, and if they've mentioned, because sometimes some developers are like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm working on a project, and the project requires me to use the Unreal Engine. Okay, then you can start kind of figuring stuff out from there, figuring out companies. Voice actors is a really big one. A tool that we used to use was that was actually used to discover how Spyro was in production, actually, was using the SAG-AFTRA community voice acting guild. And basically what it was you would be able to take a look at the projects that people that were a part of the voice acting guild were working on. Now everything was under project names. And Spyro's project name was Falcon. And what we were able to kind of figure out was when the Twitter handle Spyro the Dragon was replaced with a name by Falcon McBob, we kind of figured out Falcon McBob, and we're like, okay, it's, Falcon. And then I was the one that pushed to say Toys for Bob, because that's where the McBob came in, and I was right about that. They do use VA unions. However, when COVID happened, things started to get a little bit squirrely. For example, I tried. There is no record of apparently there was no record of Crash Bandicoot 4 at all, because we know that Crash Bandicoot 4 started production before Spyro did, right? Back then, when there was Project Falcon, we saw a whole bunch of other project names on there as well. Now, we know, based off of the production schedules that were leaked by the previous employee, that there was Project Quantum and Project Lava. And neither of those were on the SAG-AFTRA site. Why? I have no idea. I have no idea why. I don't know why. I don't know why Project Falcon was on there, but neither Quantum or Lava, which Lava was Wumpa League and Quantum was Crash 4. We have no, as I said, according to those boards, I have no idea why Crash 4 wasn't showing up on there. Maybe they put it under a different code name for some reason. No idea. No idea. Is it because it's not considered under union because maybe it was a lot of the voices were done from stay-at-home people that were working from home? I have no idea, and I don't get it. I don't understand why Falcon would show up, but not Crash 4. That didn't make sense to me. And I still don't have the answer to that. To this day, I still don't. I still don't. I do not have an answer for that kind of stuff. But my methods of trying to find stuff, it changes from project to project, right? It changes, it adjusts. It's looking at developer interviews. It's...
I hate those bugs. When I become big and strong like you, I'll squash them all.
Until then, remember that supercharge makes you invincible.
So, very strange. There's a very strange, something very weird going on there. Because you would think Lex Lang would definitely be under an would definitely be considered under your SAG-AFTRA, I would think, or at least underneath that guild or whatever. But alas, if Spyro is in development, Spyro 4 was in development, Spyro 4 would definitely probably be under the union because it's Tom Bloody Kenny. Like, the man's immortal. Like, the man is, like, he walks into an industry and it unionizes immediately because he's just present. It's Tom Kenny. Like, Bedoy. Every project he works on, immediately every voice actor is considered unionized because he's in it. Right? I mean, it's just... like, you would need to be in a union. But unfortunately, looking at that old information, because SAG-AFTRA actually took that down after I discovered, I believe, Crash Bandicoot was Project Screwdriver, I think. Because I remember I made a post about it where we discovered Project Screwdriver, and as soon as I made that video, the next day they took down the public signatory search. They took it down. And I thought that was so funny. They completely took down the public signatory search after I made the video about Project Screwdriver, which I alluded to it being Crash Bandicoot. And I thought that was the funniest thing. But I also was just like, aww. Because now we couldn't use that to search up things anymore. Oh yeah, that sucks. It's like, oh man. And then it was like a week later, or like a week and a half later, CTR came out for CTR came out. It was announced at the Game Awards. But I was just like, aww. No! Because if we would have known the project names, well, if we would have known the project names for, you know, Project Lava and Project Quantum, if we would have known that, we'd be able to look it up on the signatory search and then be able to find out that Lava and Quantum had two separate code names, because we thought that Crash 4's code name was Lava. But then we later found out that it was actually Wumpa League's codename was Lava, and Crash 4's codename was Quantum. But again, why didn't it show up on that initial search when we looked it up before and we discovered Falcon? And the answer to that is, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. I wish I could, but I don't. I would love, like, if I ever could, like, maybe at, like, the twilight of my career, like, maybe if, like, I'm deciding to retire or whatever way down the road, if I could sit down and have, like, an interview with Toys for Bob or an interview with some of these developers and be like, okay, what was I right about? What was I wrong about? What did I miss? What did other people miss? What did we hit? What was right? What was wrong? What happened here? and having just like a 2-hour interview, sitting down and being like, okay, we got to talk about this. What is like, was there something that somebody said that changed anything? You know, what was something that was going on internally, externally, whatever, right? Like, that would be an absolute dynamite fun interview. Will I ever get it? Not a chance. No, I would have a snowball's chance in Hades for that to happen. Like, that's something that is like, yeah, it's like, ha ha, yeah, you can joke about that. Bonk. Cedric!
Try combining your supercharge with jumping and gliding, and really explore the high caves.
Once in a while, too, some of the things that I find funny is that because I always do a bunch of theory crafting and putting stuff together, sometimes I'll debunk fan theories on things, like on either on Facebook or on Twitter or some social media, where somebody will say, "Oh, I have this theory," and they, like, I remember the big grandiose theory back in the day that I remember the I remember the big grand theory that people were going off about, that people were like, back before the sequel had come out, where people were like, yes, it's confirmed, it's this, it must have happened, it was for Disney. And I started laughing because I pointed one issue out, and then it just instantly just popped like a, just popped. People were turning around and they were trying to say, this would have been probably 4 years ago, that in Frozen, when the parents went off on a ship and the ship went down, they never recovered their bodies. And because they never recovered their bodies, what if it was actually, what if Anna and, Elsa's mom are the parents from the opening of Tarzan? And I started laughing hysterically because I said, and I was literally like, you realize that they said that they would be back in, I think they said a few weeks, but even a couple of months. And when they were dropping the boat into the water, Tarzan was already like 6 months old. Like, I'm like, that doesn't add up. I said, like, she's like, yeah, we'll be back in a few weeks. I can't remember the opening of Frozen. Did he say we'll be back in a few weeks, or does he say we'll be back in a couple months? Either or. And then I said, on top of that, yeah, and I was just about to follow up, Tarzan takes place in a completely different time period. Like, not even remotely close. And they're using swords and magic. Meanwhile, you got Tarzan over here, Clayton with a shotgun, walking around. Like, no, the time periods don't work. Tarzan is literally like 6-7 months old. I would know because I've had 3 kids. And they barely have control of their eyeballs before. They barely have control of their eyeballs, and there's Tarzan being able to hold himself up, keep his head up, be relatively, like, you know, being able to smile and being able to do all these things. I'm like, okay, this kid's like 3 months old. This doesn't, and people were like, yes, that's what it is. Tarzan is the lost Prince of Arendelle. I'm like, oh, come on. And I remember I pointed those 2 things out, and I remember it's just like a bubble just going. And people were mad. People were just like, why can't you just let us have fun? And I'm like, what do you mean? What do you mean, why can't we let you have fun? You're trying to turn around and make a theory of nothing. It's a nothing sandwich. Like, oh, they died on a boat. And also, the character has a mustache and a beard. Newsflash, there are a lot of men that have mustaches and beards. I just want to let you know that just because Tarzan's father, okay, looked like Abraham Lincoln, all right, looked like Abraham Lincoln, all right, and the King of Arendelle had a little stash, that doesn't add up. But the biggest, like, punch in the hole, the biggest, like, skadoosh, some people were like, well, the biggest whack in the face that just completely killed the theory. They're like, well, what if she was keeping the pregnancy secret? What if she was, I said, the mama gorilla literally finds a picture, a photograph of the father and the mother before they got stranded off the boat, and the baby was born. The baby was already born. I'm like, so you're telling me that on this boat they had a full photography studio on this old wooden boat, and that the boat was able to sit still long enough and not rock to be able to create a perfectly still photo? Wild, man. You're telling me that this boat had a dark room? That they had silver nitrate on a boat? The stuff that literally, if you look wrong, explodes. Have you ever looked up how bad silver nitrate is? Like, man, I love hearing about stuff from like the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s. We're like, yeah, we're gonna use silver nitrate to process film. I'm like, you morons! It's literally that if you fart the wrong direction, it catches on fire. So you're telling me that they brought a whole photography studio on a boat loaded with silver nitrate? You can make a bomb out of that. Hey, how's it going? Ah, yes. Let's go out in the open sea with enough silver nitrate to blow this boat back to where we came from. Good plan. No, maybe that's how the ship. Yeah, that's how the ship crashed in Frozen. Smile! Chink! Explodes. Like, come on, man. What a... Like, what an absolute... And people are making fan art about this. People are like, yes, this has to be canon. This has to exist. This has to be a thing that exists. I'm like, but it doesn't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that unless when and then even Frozen 2 even kills it even more.
Welcome to Wizard Peak. This is my favorite supercharged spot. Use it to bash those wizards.
Let's use hydrogen to keep the Hindenburg floating in the air. Nothing wrong with that. No. No, nothing wrong with that. Nothing like flying through the air in an explodable dirigible. Like, you dummies. Mercury is the medicine of gods. Oh yeah, you're gonna be seeing some soon. Don't you worry. What could possibly go wrong? Old-timey thought just absolutely kills me. It's a name! Mercury! Cures everything, yeah? Oh yeah, it's gonna cure everything, alright? You're not gonna feel a thing. Bottoms up there, buddy. And she was born, all the kids on excellent control of their eyes, and Bal and Kun smiled the first one. No, all the kids are the same. Okay, fair. I will say, fair. Fair. My kids didn't. Serious, Sonic. Alright. I will say this, Don. Jonathan did not have any control of his eyes. He opened up his eyes days one. He's like, ta-da! One eye this way, one eye that way. He tried to focus it, and it would do this, and then this, and this. He looked like the... Yeah, he looked like the gecko or he looked like the iguana from Sing. Oh, the poor little lad. And he tried so hard. He was trying. He was trying so hard. And I'm like, it's okay, buddy. You'll get it. Don't worry. He's got it now. He's good. He's good now. Hey, Sora, how's it going? Oh, but when he was born, I'm like, oh, you poor little lad. My poor sweet boy. He tried. David, on the other hand, was a grumpy Gus. David kept his eyes closed, and whenever you woke him up, he just glared at you. David would just wake up like... One eye would open, he'd growl. That kid didn't smile for like 7 months. Now he's the happiest kid I've ever seen.
Well done, Spyro.
Thank you for releasing me. By the way, for those who are wondering, we're coming up to the part where Lucas has the map in his wing. My brother has 10 kids. Does he drive a bus? Or is there like a semi-detached trailer that he hooks up? Is it 10 kids? My goodness. I don't mean to be insulting. You know, I hope you understand. I'm joking. I hope you understand. I am joking. All right. Did I miss some over there, really? Before we get Lucas, let's go get those. Boop. Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah, let's use Mercury. Yeah, it's smart. Don't be always two living with them. One he lost when he was 3 years old. Also, the rest are living with their mom. Okay. Here is the map. Take a look at his wings.
Listen carefully,
Left wing.
Spyro. There's a secret area in the Artisan's home world near the waterfall. Try jumping on the stones there.
Artisan's homeworld? Waterfall. Sounds good.
Oh, it was 3-year-old. I'm sorry to hear that. That would shatter me. That would shatter me because my daughter Hope is not even 3 yet. So yeah, that would absolutely just break my heart. That would absolutely just that would be the check please for therapy for life, please. Just stop rolling the grass, bro. You're not a dog. Listen, he can be whatever he wants to be. He's a dragon. Spyro's the perfect combination of dog, cat, and raccoon child. Your son has his name. David or Jonathan? My heart. Why do they keep changing this? Jonathan. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, give me a second here. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. So, hold on. Give me a second here. Hold on. There's something here. I gotta show you guys something really funny. So this user over on Twitter. You know, people in the community sometimes are just Wait, Wumpa League is real? Oh, his husband. So I mean, I'm jealous of some of the how smart some of these artists are. Oh, that's good. Oh, that is so funny. Oh, I needed that laugh. That was good. Okay, I need to run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. But for now, we'll leave Spyro with the. Oh, that's funny. Okie dokie. Are we ready? Okie dokie. Here we go. So I do want to let you guys know something. Next week is actually going to be a regular stream week because Thursday, Friday, because actually I decided to push my holiday back one day. I was going to leave Friday, but I decided to leave Saturday so that I could stream for you guys on... why is that up? So that I could stream for you guys on Friday before I leave. And that's I figured that you guys would, so it also gives me a little bit more time to make sure that I'm all prepared for while I am gone. It allows me to be able to set up streams, set up videos, set up content. Very strange skill point. So I will be able to do my 2 streams and make sure that I have all the content that I want set up to make sure I have the video that I want done out.
Thanks for releasing me, Spyro. You have no idea how long I've been trapped in Crystal. And, neither do I.
Who are you again?
I'm out of here.
Oh, oops. I goofed up. I goofed it. I goofed it! Oh, thank you, Cassidy. Am I looking forward to this Mario movie? I am now. I am. I am now. You done goofed it. I did done goof it. I am looking forward to it. I think that, shockingly, Illumination is doing a really, really, really good job with it. And again, as I stated in yesterday's stream, I think a lot of people are being way too brutal on Chris Pratt, because we haven't heard enough. We haven't heard enough of his regular speaking voice. We've heard like a literal, 8 words? And half of them were in shock and disbelief. Like, if you heard my voice when I was in shock and disbelief, it doesn't sound like me. Kind of like, let's. Because so now I'm like, all right, let's.
Thank you, Spyro, for recovering so many of our dragon eggs.
I'm
aboard for the Beastmakers world if you're ready.
Hour. What do you mean hour?
Would you like to go?
Lore of the Dragon, if you're still here, Shooter, what is the lore on the balloonists? Oh yeah, I remember walking this world the first time and just like being blown away. Yeah, no, Jack Black as Bowser. I was shocked when I first heard him say open the gates. I was like, that's Jack Black? You know, here I am expecting, you know, Po, Kung Fu Panda, you know, angry Po. And here he is with this really like the I do not voice that, you know, I was like, what? They said to Jack Black I expected. Do you yield? I do not. What? Yeet?
Nasty Nork is turning our swamp into an electrified jump heap. And it used to be so beautiful.
I'm sure it was.
And also, can we talk about literally another voice actor that we quite literally like not a lot of people are talking about? Kamik, I believe it's Kamik, right? If I remember the name correctly. The voice actor for him was like the perfect. He was like, introducing the King of the Koopas! Like, it was perfect. I was like, oh, wow. And the guy teased on Twitter, the guy who voices the modern, of course, the current Bugs Bunny, he's at least one of the Koopas. The guy who plays Bugs Bunny today, he's one of the Koopas. Now, I don't know if he's all the Koopas, or if it's a specific couple Koopas. But he pointed out the Koopa that was scared in his shell. It was like, that was him.
Spyro, it's great to see you, but I gotta go.
Yeah, Keegan-Michael Key's as Toad. I was like, wow, that's key. Like, you can tell. Like, I'm wondering if they were like, hey, listen, guys, we need you to push your vocal range far. We need you to push your range as far as you can. Because as I said, I guess I already got the mushroom here. Yeah. When I found out, when I was like, okay, I know Keegan-Michael Key's is Toad, and then I heard his voice, and I was just like, that's Keegan-Michael Key's? Now, we can't, we haven't heard enough of Luigi yet. In fact, we haven't heard anything of Luigi yet, so I'm curious to see, how Charlie Day sounds. Because, as I said, I want to hear more of Chris Pratt, and I think that people are being way too harsh on him. Way too early. And I think that people really need to, like, hey, let's, you know, let's give him, let's wait till we actually hear, like, a full sentence from him. Because when you hear him do the Mushroom Kingdom, there is a subtle, almost like Bronx accent. Like a very subtle, it's very subtle, and it's there. But also, too, if you guys don't realize, take a look at, if you look at the trailer again, especially the scene of the I do not. Bowser looks like Jack Black. Like, you can tell what they did was that they did, like, while they were recording, they literally, like, while they were recording their voices, they literally recorded their faces as well. And they've been doing a lot of that recently, because what's happening is that people have a way some people have a way that they say their words, and the way that they open their mouth, and the way that they speak, and the way that their face rests as well for certain moments. And you can tell what they literally did for Bowser is that while Jack Black was recording his voice, they also were recording his face so that they could get kind of an expression, so that when he said his line, it actually looks like Bowser looks like Jack Black. And it's very strange. It's a very uncanny thing to do, and it's very hard to do. And also, one of the problems that Bowser has, and one of the things that Mario has too, which they actually fixed, is that Bowser's mouth, I can imagine for rigging, Bowser's mouth is very bubbled and rounded and a very awkward shape that doesn't allow for a big open, like for the mouth to go really wide. And if you ever were to look at, like, I'm going into super dork territory. I'm sorry I'm going into super dork territory again. As you know, I work in the animation industry, so you know, being a super dork, I see these things. Bowser's rig was made by people that know exactly what they're doing, because what shocked me more with Bowser was not, or what also shocked me with Bowser was not just the look of him looking like Jack Black, but the fact that they made the rig possible for his face to look like Jack Black. But also the scene where he says, "Now who's gonna stop me?" How wide his mouth opens. We have never seen Bowser's mouth open that wide before. Because otherwise, the way his face is really kind of shaped before, it wouldn't look right. It would look wrong. But they remade the rig and rechanged the shape while also keeping the shape as close as possible to be able to have the rig be able to do those expressions, but also be able to still look like Bowser. And that is something that is very, very hard, very, very difficult, and something that these animators know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They did something that was very, very, very intelligent. It was something that was very, very, very well put together. Which character would you play as in D&D? So the last time I played D&D, or was it Pathfinder? I can't remember what it was called. I was a Gnoll fighter or a Gnoll barbarian. I can't remember. I was a Gnoll. Yeah, I was a Gnoll. Which, in the last session I played, I arm wrestled a spider. No, I put a giant gnoll. I put a spider in a giant spider in a lockup because I had the ability grapple, and I made the joke. I said I would like to grapple with the spider, and my buddy who was DM was like, okay, roll, and I rolled a 20. The entire chat just started laughing. I rolled a 20. And so I literally locked a spider up in a pretzel.
Spyro, if you jump at the end of a
I said, can I roll for it? My buddy's like, sure. Let's see what happens. Roll 20. He's just like, what? Pretzeled the spider legs. Yes, I did. It was the boss of the area, and I pretzeled him up basically I told if I'm remembering correctly, I basically told everybody in our group, hey, while I'm holding him, can you please hit him, please? And we were able to get a bunch of free hits off of him before, when it was my time to roll to see if I held on to him. I did not, and it actually bit me and started to slowly poison me. But I lived! I did live. But that encounter was funny. But if I ever play it again, I think next time I might play a bard. Playing a bard might be fun. And I even have the instrument for it too! I can do it! I can just be like, I play the bard. And while we're going through, just hear me. Bard's noble. One of the things that I read online for a D&D that someone did that was absolutely hysterical was that one of the things that I heard and I thought was so funny was that the guy was playing a bard and they encountered a giant female orc, and so he said, I want to seduce the orc. And so he rolled a perfect 20, and it turned out he married the orc. And this thing, the orc had a... he like married the orc. And because of that, now this character had to be in the D&D campaign, and the DM had to like include it in all the encounters. So I love just like the randomness of like how like for D&D it's like, okay, how can I break this game? How can I absolutely just make my DM hate me? I haven't, but I think that would be something fun to do. Hey, Ronald, thanks so much for the $2. Do you still have any hope for Sly Cooper? I have hope, but it's definitely waning. I want to see where they go with it. I want to see this, which they're running out of time because, like, I'm about to go up north. I'm leaving on Saturday, and it's like, okay, where is this state of play? Where is this state of anything? Where is it? Where is this PlayStation 5 showcase? Like, it feels like a lie right now. Is D&D confusing? Just to set up, it's confusing. But once you get started, it's always good to kind of... once you get started, you start to figure it out pretty quickly. And it can get kind of hilarious.
Greetings, Spyro. For an amazing tour to Treetops. Don't just stop at one supercharge.
Now, I don't know the intricacies of D&D, like the deep intricacies. I just know the couple sessions that I played were fun. So, and here's something that's really funny that a lot of people are going to be very confused about, because it's actually going to be one of the videos that Shooter is going to be editing together while I'm gone. If we don't hear anything of Sly Cooper anytime soon at that PlayStation 5 show, to give you an idea, it's possible that now, there might be more of a chance of Jack and Daxter coming back now. And I thought that was more. I thought that was more dead than Sly Cooper. But somebody pointed a couple things out to me, and you know what? My thoughts have changed. That it is more possible for Jak and Daxter to be coming back over top of Sly Cooper at the moment, if nothing is shown off at the PlayStation 5 showcase. Do you plan on getting the poster, shirt, or plush? I would love the poster, shirt, or plush. I would absolutely love it. I can't afford it. It's $39 Canadian for the shirt. It's getting to a point now where it's like I can't afford it. I can't. I don't got the funds to be able to supply to be. As I said, I gotta make sure that my bills are paid first before we can start looking, right? Sony's losing me fast with their love of remastering PS4 games. I can accept PS1 remaster games, but PS4 is a no-go. I can accept up to PlayStation 3. I can accept up to PS3. If they turn around and they were like, yeah, we're remastering Infamous, I'd be down for that. I'd be down for that. That would be cool. I would be totally down for PS3 remakes, because PS3, especially the start of the PlayStation 3 era, it's kind of aged like milk. The start of the PS3 era, it's gotten at the end it gets really good, but the start of the PS3 era, besides a couple examples like Heavenly Sword and stuff like that, PS3 is kind of aged not great. I apologize for how I worded it. That's okay, Obsolete Mule. That's okay. I get it. Don't worry. I get you. Don't worry. But yeah, it is very strange. It is very, very, very strange. And as someone who is a massive Horizon Zero Dawn fan, so I platinumed Horizon Zero Dawn. I've played through it numerous times. Horizon is one of my favorite games of all time. It doesn't need a remake. It does not need a remake whatsoever. What am I doing? Oh, I am lost. Oh, I messed up. Okay, whew. Let's not do that. I was supposed to turn... I always get mixed up with Treetops. Always. It's always like a guaranteed thing that I always... The premise of Zero Dawn is the premise for Zero Dawn is fantastic. I love the concept of Zero Dawn. Love it. Absolutely love the concept of... It was really well put together, the way that, and then the way they executed the story. And what I loved was that how they delivered that story and how it binds into the plot and the lore and stuff, and it was super cool. It was all really, really, really well done. And I really enjoyed it. I still gotta finish Forbidden West. In fact, when I go up north, that's the game I'm gonna be finishing. I'm gonna be, whenever I go up north, I always bring a couple games up with me, because it's like, okay, this is the time where I get to, you know, I am going, where am I going with this? Okay. I'm not even sure if I mean, I did it kind of right. Man, I went goofy with that one. But this concept of them turning around and being like, yeah, there's a rumor that they're remaking the Horizon What do you like more, Horizon or God of War 4? That's a really hard one. Thank you so much for the $2, though. I would have to say the one that I connected a little bit more with, getting a little directionally challenged OCG, absolutely. Absolutely. Always directionally challenged. The one that I liked probably a smidgen more is God of War. Because while Horizon Zero Dawn was awesome, I connected a lot with the concept of Kratos becoming a father and him basically trying to make sure that his son is a better man than he was. And that's a really, really, really powerful thought. That's a really, really, really powerful. I just did the proper method of how you're supposed to do that. Oof. Hold on. I can do this. I can do this. I know how to do this. And I can do it. I can do it. I always get mixed up. I always forgot. But anyway, I think Kratos, the concept of what Kratos was trying to do, and the concept and the tie-ins and stuff were just really, really cool. And the controls for God of War were just phenomenal. The way it played, the way it just was. God of War 4 was just really good. Okay, I just gotta remember how to do this again. So we launch off there. Oh, I just need to double check. For some reason I always forget, so we go down this way. We need to get to there. We need to get to there. Okay, I think we can do. Let's try. Let me give that a try. Ah! I wanted a sharp turn into that. I think I've seen someone cheese it before where you can kind of do that. See, the point would be to kind of get started here, do a sharp enough turn, go back around, jump, and then land there, and then continue. I've done this so many times, but my brain is at the end. It's the end of the day. My brain's always just like potatoes. It's like welcome to my brain. But again, to answer your questions, I still have hope for Sly Cooper. But it's fading unless we see that PS5. I can't afford the shirt, TV or stuff, and the TV. Sorry, the shirt, the game, or the shirt, the poster. I'm sorry, my brain is turning off. And out of the two, I think I prefer God of War 4, but only by a little bit. Oh no! I think it's this one I turned hard right on, right? Yeah, then we come back this way. Come back this. That's it. That was what I needed to do. Okay. There we go. There. There we go. And boom. I've seen someone cheese it before. I did cheese it before. I remember I did it on stream.
Quite a ride, Spyro. You learned a lot since you were a young glider.
Yeah, well, you could have found an easier spot to get stuck.
I remember there were people that were like, no, it's not possible. Stop doing it. Stop trying. Stop doing it. Stop trying. And I was like, no, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. And I did do it on stream. I cheesed it. And we got it. It was... I think it was literally just down here. And it was off of this into there, off to here and around. I think that's what the cheese was. I think. I'm trying to remember if that was it. So it was something... No, that wouldn't have worked. I'm trying to remember what I did. And I don't remember. I believe we got everything in Treetops, right? Yeah, I think so. For me, worth it to... Oh, I'm sorry that you're staying up late, but I'm happy that you think it's worth it. Thank you. I appreciate that. Fighting your past... Oh, man, there's so many past streams I have to look back. But yeah, no, I did a cheese, and people were like, wow. I remember I was saying, I think I can do it. I think I can do it. And I did it. I did it. We're probably not going to have enough time to be able to 100% it because, as I said, we're just doing a nice, fun, casual playthrough. I'm not going to be able to 100% tonight. Just having a good old time. Misty Bog. Oh boy, 3 a.m. Pulls up Krabby Patty. Hi, Nick Kelly. How's it going? Ooh. See you later, Space Cowboy. And the chicken gets trapped. I'll save you, chicken. Oops. I turned the trapped chicken into a roasted chicken. Ripsel died. Oh no. Hi, Nick Kelly. I'll save thee, chicken. Roast it. Oops. Flame broiled with a pinch of salt. Beastmakers is a cool world. I like it. It's not really a hot take there. Roscoe.
Be on the lookout for attack frogs. They are cold-blooded killers. Attack
Frogs?
And this used to be such a nice swamp.
Here's the big thing too. Here's something else I want to talk about. There's something that's been on my mind when it's come to Wumpa League, and I know people are like, oh my gosh, CG, if you mention Wumpa League anymore, and I'm going to mention Wumpa League again. I think that there's a potential we could see like a demo of some sort or a play thing at PAX East. I'm thinking it's possible. I'm thinking it's a possibility that PAX East could be potentially a spot that we could see something related to Wumpa League. Or as I like to call it now, Wumpa League. Ha! Sorry. Hello, chicken. You see, you are smart. Therefore, you shall not suffer the same fate as your kin. Ye shall be defeated. See, there is no box. You are safe, chicken. You will be spared. Because I roasted your kin. And I apologize. Goodbye, chicken. Alright. Was it the 20? No, it wouldn't have been my 2018. I don't think. No, it wouldn't have been 2018. It would have been either 2021 or 2022. Badoomed. Attack frog! Attack frog! Attack frog! Attack frog! Ow! Fuck. Don't roast him. That's a fate most foul.
Thanks for releasing me. It seems like I've been trapped in here since I was your age.
Oh, no.
Why? I remember,
Gotta go.
Man. We seem to be full of these poultry jokes. What? Even the game just killed me for my terrible joke. It's just like, nah, bro, invisible wall, die. It's like, okay. I'm playing on PC right now. It's like, nah, invisible wall, die. CGE voiced dragon version NPC in Spyro 4. You need a cameo. Dude, that would be a dream. You have no idea how much that would mean to me if I ever got a phone call and was like, hey, we want you to do a cameo. You have no idea how much of an honor, how much of a love that would be. How, especially if it's Beanox who's developing it, who's a Canadian studio. I mean, that would just be absolutely, that would just be like absolutely just an honor. It would be taking all of me not to just be like crying in the booth. And actually, that feels very mean. This is crying. That would be a dream.
thank you for releasing me.
Man, it would be so funny though for all the people that hate my content and the people that hate me as a person but love Spyro, and then all of a sudden they hear me in their Spyro game. I think would be like the sweetest thing ever. It'd be like, forever and always, I am in this, my voice is in a Spyro franchise. Forever. And there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, the amount of validation that would, the amount of validation that I would feel, the amount of just honor, the amount of just feelings that I would feel to be able to do that would just be absolutely mind-numbingly, I can't even put into words. There are many who do. All you gotta do is go to Reddit, go to 4chan.
Smash them, Spyro. Stamp them out and squish them and squash them.
How about charge them and flame them? We are dragons after all.
Man, you don't gotta look far. It's not. You don't have to look far to find them. Is it possible we'll see Sly Cooper 5 or Sly Cooper reboot or remake announced at the Game Awards at Tokyo Game Show this year for the 20th anniversary? So, I don't want to say no. I don't want to say, like, if we don't see them at the PS5 showcase, if the chances drop significantly overall, but would it be possible? Maybe at Game Awards, maybe the outcry of fan response and them not making Sly Cooper might spur them to be able to try to come up with a game idea to be able to say, yep, it's in development by the end of the year and just have a logo reveal. Maybe, but I don't know. There was supposed to be a September showcase, and there hasn't been a September, I'm trying and hoping. Sony better not drop this showcase while I'm up north. I will be livid. I will be livid if I'm up north in the cold, frozen boonies and Sony decides to drop their bloody, stupid announcement while I'm in the cold, frigid boonies, and I have to figure out a way to pay attention to it, maybe even react to it and talk about it while I'm in the middle of nowhere, and then upload it. Like, great. Thanks. Thanks, Sony. Thanks for airing your September showcase in October, you morons. When it's called a September showcase, you typically show the September showcase in September. I don't know, like man, it's just, yeah, that's just me though. I mean, you know, I might be too picky. I might be in the wrong here, but I'm just saying, typically, typically you release a September showcase in September. Now, I'm no genius and I'm no mathematician, but I think that is pretty much par for the course when it's called the September showcase. The first part is making sure that it's in September. Call me crazy, but I think someone got the memo wrong and someone got the dates mixed up. Hey, Furry Warrior, how's it going? And go, boop. There we go. Back this way. Forgot about the fact that you can't just resume flight immediately. Always forget that. And whoop, whoop. Third try is the charm. We got this. And there we go. And down here to the right, hit this. I missed one. That's gonna bite me later. Unless he pops up here in a second. There we go. There we go. Ooh. Spicy! Oh, you're talking about Bubba? Bubba is Darren DePaul, who is Reinhardt. Fancy finale. Go. There's the fog. We need Terrence Village. Terrence! Or Terrace. Terrence Village? Terrace Village? I can't remember. But whenever I saw Terrace, I always think, Terrence! Flippin' Terrence from... Okay, where is this? That's over by Bruno, that's right. It is over by Bruno. Terrace Village. Terrance! What are your thoughts on Street Fighter 6? Looks good. I love how unhinged the character creator is. I've been seeing some people's creations online. They're just absolutely horrendous, and I love it. Part of the reason why I bought games like Soul Calibur is to be able to create your own stuff. I always thought that Chicken Gang Zap was funny. I mean, it's like Looney Tunes. Ah, yes, Chicken. I saved your kitten from being trapped. But that was your kitten, and not you. You shall suffer a different fate. Goodbye, Chicken. I shall now call you the Mordor Chicken. for you have been roasted dark as Mordor's grounds. Yeah, Metalhead's the boss, so of course. This chicken is from Mordor. KFC, anyone? Nah, Popeyes, man. What is Popeye's favorite food? It's supposed to chicken! It's like... I know where you're coming from, but I'm gonna have to laugh at your expense. Popeyes is good. We actually, I don't know what's been happening, but for me, my big like food that I'll try a restaurant for, there's always like there's always there's always one kind of restaurant that when I see one open up in town, I have to try it. I love fried chicken. Fried chicken is like it's so bad for you. Those guys just alakazams out of nothingness. Okay. Anyway, I love fried chicken. That's one of my favorite meals. It's my favorite comfort food. I love it. And whenever there's a new one that comes to town, I always gotta try it. And there was only like one or in the grand total of like 24, 25 years I've been alive, there's been like 2 that opened up in my town. 2. And it was KFC and Popeyes. That's it. KFC is kind of meh. Popeyes, pretty good. And then in the past like 4 years, they've opened up like 5 fried chicken restaurants. And I'm just like, what the heck? Where did all of these people come from? They're like, okay, we got a Korean fried chicken place now. And then, oh yeah, we got, then we got another place. It's called a Wicked Chicken. And we got another place. We got a Church's Chicken. And I'm just like, where did all these chicken places come from? And where were you where were you years ago? See, we don't have Chick-fil-A in Canada. But you know what the thing is? I've tried American KFC. American KFC is actually pretty decent, especially in comparison to Canadian KFC. Canadian KFC is like soggy.
Watch out, Spyro. The Norks in these parts have discovered the power of electricity, and it really stings.
Yeah, no, I've tried Church's Texas Chicken, and the one nearby our place is pretty mint. Pretty mint. I've heard KFC in the States is like dependent, but pretty good overall. KFC in Canada is just not great. It's not. Any Canadians in chat? I know there's looks like there's about 100 and change of you here. If you are Canadian, or maybe even outside from America, and have had KFC from outside of America, how does it taste? Even if you've never commented before, don't be shy. Oh, great. Now I'm hungry. Now I'm hungry. Excellent. But it's 10:30. Tastes pretty good here in Australia. Okay. Because almost everywhere in Canada I've tried KFC, it's just meh. I will say that too. Wendy's in Canada is pretty good. I love Wendy's in Canada. I've had Wendy's a couple times in the States. Cyprin.
Good job, Spyro. One day you'll be able to tell all the dragons about your amazing adventures.
Sure, but what I'd really like to do is get out of this swamp.
Wendy's is delicious. There is a couple Wendy's I went to in the States. I was just like, wow. This was an experience that I never want to have again. But you know what? I will say, let's say the people at the front seem to have one too many puffs of Puff the Magic Dragon, if you know what I mean. the people at the front. And the meat that I had was like so overcooked, it was like crumbly. Sure, Nick Kelly, I can do Metalhead next. It's the next level. Buffalo Wild Wings. We have, so I've seen them before, but they're more like use a gem finder, Nick Kelly. Just use a gem finder. Push down on the gem finder, and Sparks will point to you for the gems. Well, I'm hungry now. Ugh. Excuse me. Ugh. Woo! Whew. Man, when I sneeze, it's like everything gets cleared out. Everything. Like, oh, you're gonna sneeze? Alright, we're gonna let this all just out in one shot. 3, 2, gone. Alright, so we go like this, and then we go like this, and then we go down here, and we go like this. If you want to do the gem finder, you just take the left analog stick and push down. And that's where Sparks points you to the gem. So he's like, over here, Spyro. Then, yep, there's a gem. There's a gem. The gem finder. Love the gem finder. So happy that they implemented that feature into all 3 games. It's a good feature. Good feature. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. You're welcome, Nick Kelly. All you gotta do is just push down on the analog stick. Whoop, 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 whoop. There we go. Jump, fly. Ah, now I want to get food, but it's 10:36. Now I'm got craving. Anywhere open? Probably, but probably, but it's a no. I'm gonna be done in actually, we're gonna be wrapping up in about 23 minutes, so. There we go. Yes, it's 24/7, but that doesn't mean 24/7 delivery. Skip the Dishes or DoorDash don't like it. No, I don't play Roblox. The later it is, the more you have to pay. So... I have to save the muns. Aku deliver another piece. Seriously. No inside service. Only drive-through. Maybe because you get less rowdy teenagers. You get those rowdy teenagers that pay for like $1 drink and then they sit and hang out for 4 hours and they're obnoxious and loud and you just want, and then they get steal free refills and you just want to, you know, you just want to send them to the moon, you know. To the moon, Alice. Like, man, I feel like I'm getting, like, old and grumpy as I'm getting older, like, when it comes to teenagers and stuff. Like, I'll be sitting there eating food with my kids, and then I just sitting there, and they're just, like, screaming, and they're so loud, and it's just like, oh, please, just, please, shut up. It's like just, I sit there and I hear these teenagers talking, and I'm just like, I can't. For dinner, aw, thank you for the $2. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the $2 for dinner. I'll put it towards my next dinner because I don't think I'll be able to, I don't think I'll be able to afford it tonight, but I appreciate it though. I'll put it towards the next I'll put it towards the next meal. I appreciate that though. Thank you. Even though there's tables inside. Yeah, it's a little. Yeah, I definitely think it's definitely a big kind of blanket, bit of a. Could be a staffing issue. That is a huge actual problem. Yeah, you know what? When we were traveling down to Ohio, we stopped at a Bob Evans, which never again. We stopped at a Bob Evans, and they're like, yeah, you have to wait 15 minutes. And we look, and half the restaurant's completely open, and we're like, there's only like 3 tables in here that are actually sitting down. What's going on? They're like, yeah, we only have 1 server today. And I looked over, and I've seen papers this big, like, sign up, like, please come into work. Please come into work. Please come into work. And it's just like, what? And it's like, yeah, nobody is working. And I was on my way down to the States, on the way down to the state of Ohio. And we were like, what? Like, yeah, 1 server for the entire restaurant. I was baffled. Like, absolutely baffled. I was like, wow. The pay is garbage. Yeah, the pay isn't great. The pay isn't great. The pay to the amount of work that you gotta do is not really working out. I mean, it kind of, I get it. It sucks. But I get it. It's like when the pay sucks. And yeah, we were seeing everywhere for every place that we were looking to. Now hiring, now hiring, now hiring, now hiring, now hiring. Because the customers were the worst. I had a lady manhandle me and threaten me. That was the clue that I had to get out. Yeah, that would be a yeah, I mean that sometimes it's like, yeah, nope, bye. You know, it's
Metalhead is all charged up to meet you. Attacking the power pole should disrupt his power supply.
People don't want to. The amount of stress that they're throwing onto people, because here's the thing too, is that this happens in droves too. So here's what happens as well, is that you have you have employees that have these certain set of attitudes. You have the go-getters, which is like, they're going to do it. They're going to do the best that they can. They're going to do the best that they can. They're going to help out. They're going to push. They're going to push. They're going to push, right? And then those are the people right down here, and these are the people that they always rely on. And they want everybody to be those go-getters. They want everybody to be this job is my life, and I will never miss a day of work, and I will never ever do this, and I will never do that. It's like okay, but you work at people are like, okay. Then you start growing up, and you get, you know, as you start going up, it's a lot less caring. What happens is that when you don't pay enough, and everything starts going, and the economy starts going crazy, these people start going down. They're quitting, they're not showing up, they're not going to a job, etc., etc. Hey, Toya, how's it going? But what that does is that it stresses out the people down here. And what happens is that it compresses, and then the next line of defense says, nah, I'm done, goes down, it compresses that, and then it goes, and then it goes all the way down to where the go-getters are the last ones standing, and they're so stressed out and freaking out and upset that, you know, they're so stressed they can't sleep. They and then they have panic-induced attacks, and it's just, it crushes. And then it's like, okay, well, we want top-notch employees for bottom-of-the-barrel pay. Nobody wants to work. Yeah, no, it's... When you're dealing with that kind of stuff, people don't want to work, because why is it worth the stress? It's not worth the stress. It's not. People are like, whatever. Don't need to. Also, too, like, the thing is that we're at a time now, especially in Canada. Nobody can afford a house. I've written off ever owning a house in my head thus far. Unless somebody just decides to drop in and 10 days in a row donate $10,000 per day. And then say, okay, go buy a house with that cash. Unless that happens, I'm never going to be able to... I'm almost never going to be able to buy a house out. And that's me trying. I'm trying my darndest. I'm trying my best. As you go down, people care less and less and less and less. When the pay is so bad and the economy is the way it is, you can't save anything. There's nothing you can save. It's $9 for a brick of cheese in Canada, where I am at least. Man, when you bought a house, it used, or when you won the lottery, it used to be, yeah, I'm gonna buy a castle with a moat, and I'm gonna buy a boat for the moat, and I'm gonna get 4 crocodiles, and then take my family to Florida. You won the lottery, sir. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna put a down payment on a house. A down payment? Why don't you buy the house? Really? You win the lottery, you don't even win the house, you just win the down payment for it. It's not even the house. It's just a down payment for it so you can afford it on regular payments. Oh, goodness gravy. Yeah, I saw the pound crash a little ways back, and I was just like, what in the heck? I was watching the pound just free fall. I was like, what is happening? Like, if this was a roller coaster ride, everybody on it's dead. Like, everyone's dead due to the whiplash. When I was watching the pound going down, I was just like, what is happening? I'm scared of all rides. Oh, this is the most scariest ride I've ever been on. It's called the Academy. Ah! It just keeps falling!
Oh, I feel much better now that so many dragons have been jumping the... Are you ready to go?
man, that's the scariest ride I've ever been on. Oh, I'm terrified. Terrified. Saving for a house. Ha! It kills me. Saving for a house. That's a joke. That's a joke. To give you guys an idea. I'm going to give you guys an idea. Okay. One time, I'm not going to say... Just for Halloween scare. Yeah, I know. Hey, Spyro Jam! How's it going, dude? That's an OG there. An OG content creator. How you doing, man? But it's true though. That is the true terrifying Halloween. Ghouls and skeletons? Nah. The Economy? Whoa. That's a horror show. Please. Oh, that was a great shot. Cover your eyes. I'm terrified, man. Could you imagine? Could you imagine for a second? A little story time. I'm not going to reveal much, but let's just say back in 2020. 2020, I tried to buy a house. And I had enough for a down payment. At the time, not anymore. I had enough for a down payment, and my credit score is really good. Really good. So, here I am at the bank, applying for a mortgage. I'm like, all right, here's the cash I have, everything. Here's all of my savings. Here is the amount I made last year. Here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's this, here's it. Okay. Good credit score, money for a down payment. What kind of a mortgage can I get? You know what they said? No. I'm like, what? They're like, no. I'm like, what do you mean no? What do you mean no? I have an... Okay, there's enough for a down payment there. And my credit score is good. I had no debt at the time. That's a joke now. I had no debt at the time. And I'm like, okay. So, can I buy the house? What? Like, I said, what? I said, okay. I said, what kind of home would you approve me for? I said, would you approve me for a $200,000 home? I mean, to buy a $200,000 home is like, you might as well just take 4 planks of wood and put it up on a piece of land and call it a day, right? Like, that is that's like the $200,000 Canadian house where I am. Goodness gravy, you'd be lucky if you had a roof. Just a roof on the ground. That's it. No, nothing else. Not even the foundation. Just a roof. That's it. Just a roof on a piece of land for $200,000, right? I'm like, okay, what if I found a property with like just no house, just an empty piece of property? No. Why?
Welcome to the Dreamweavers, young one.
while
they said
chasing Nasty's
you
minions
wouldn't
in this
survive.
world.
Hold on.
You must expect the unexpected and prepare for what is not there.
They're like, yeah, so first off, you might have enough money right now, but you wouldn't survive the stress test. And I'm like, what is the stress test? They're like, yeah, we basically take the interest rate that is set right now and like triple it or double it to see if you would survive it, if in case it skyrockets, and you wouldn't afford it if it skyrocketed. It's like, so because I don't have a theoretical affordability, I can't have the house because I theoretically might not be able to afford it 5 years from now. Theoretically. Even though I show, I'm like, I've been paying almost $2,000 a month for rent. The mortgage is $850. With interest. What? What do you mean? And they said, oh yeah, also you're, and they're also like, oh yeah, by the way, also, just letting you know, $2,000 for rent, dude? Look at the rent bar. That's what it is. That's what it is. $2,000 a month for rent. And I got it cheap. It's cheap. Cheap. And I said, oh yeah, by the way, your job, we don't consider your job a job. I'm like, what do you mean? You don't consider my job a job? They're like, yeah, you don't, we don't consider your job like a stable job. And I'm like, but I've been doing it at that point, it would have been for 3 years. And they're like, yeah, no. We're not even going to even look at the numbers as well. We're not even going to dig deeper into the numbers because of your job. And I'm like,
hello, Spyro.
I don't get it.
Nicely done. I'll be done when I've toasted that nasty.
What do you mean? And yeah, sure, fine. But if I've been able to do it full time at that point, it would have been since 2018. It would have been 2 years solid. They're like, no, based on your job, we won't give you a mortgage. So essentially, because of my work, and I'm like, okay, all right, sure, yes, pepperoni, pepperoni. To give you an idea, the kind of place that I'm living at right now around here goes for $2,500 to $3,000 a month. And because my dad and I renovated it, it's, yeah. I just...
The fools you see in this world. But that does not mean they shouldn't be attacked.
Sounds all right to me.
I couldn't grasp it when he was like, yeah, we don't consider your job a job. Pardon? Excuse me? What do you mean you don't consider my job a job? So I try to rebrand it a little bit to the bank. Like, oh, I'm a gaming journalist. Journalism, right? Journalism. That's what it is. It's journalism, which isn't a stretch of the truth. I get things from I have a degree in broadcasting. Yeah, welcome to the... And we're paying $9 for cheese! For cheese! Elena donated $5 super chat. From Grandma T with love, thank you. Buy a jar and set cash aside for house payments. Consider this as a donation for your future house. Thank you, Elena. I appreciate that. I do have a jar with change in it. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Elena. Man, when you're paying $9 for cheese, there's something wrong. It's not even like the Gouda cheese. It's like just the plain pizza mozzarella. Just pizza mozzarella cheese, $9. Oh, goody. And fair, if he turned around and said, okay, all your numbers are fine, but we're nervous about your stability of job, can you provide more information? Oof. Like, you would inquire, you'd be like, okay, you've been able to, be able to do this for 3 years full time. You've been able to do this for 3 years full time. And we see that you have professional experience, which I did, working at an animation studio. Can you provide a little bit more? They wouldn't even push to ask for that. They were just like, nah. Nah. I was like, all right, yeah, sure. I'm not trying to be stressful. I just find it funny. I legitimately find it funny at this point, because there was a point where I was so stressed out. I was so stressed about everything and thinking about everything and stressed out, and I couldn't sleep. It got to the point where something clicked. Something clicked, and I just went, nope. Nope, that's it. Hey, Tiamat Dragon's been a member for 10 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I just kind of gave... There was like a snapping moment in my mind where it was just like, you know what? Forget it. I literally had that moment. If they let you take the mortgage out, you'd be better off financially now. Exactly, because I wouldn't be paying $2,000 a month for rent. Grab that. There we go. It's ridiculous. It's like, goodness gravy. But there was a moment. There was just a moment, just a snapping moment. There was a moment where it just snapped, and it wasn't a snap as an angry. It was a snap in a, you know what? Forget it. I'm done. I give up. So now, when I talk with my wife and we go to buy something, the first thing I ask her is this essential? Do we need this? Yes, honey, it's groceries. No problem. Pay for it. Just pay it. With what? Credit card, line of credit, loan, whatever. Pay it. Oh, our car's tire exploded? Get a new tire. Get a new tire. What? Am I going to drive around without a tire on the car? Like, if it's essential, just get it. Just no point in stressing about it. No point in trying to count your dimes and dollars on it. I just gave up. Just gave up. That was it. I was like, that was it. I was like, I'm done. I'm done about stressing about this. I'm done about losing sleep. I'm done losing sleep over it. I'm done with all of that. I'm done with it. I'm done. I'm like, you know what? Forget it. Forget it. I can't make content. I'm stressed out. I'm tired. I'm scared. So I was just like, you know what? Forget about it. If it's essential, we need it, get it. If I go bankrupt from buying things that I need for, like, you know, my family to live, and I'm not out there buying tiddlywinks, which I'm not. Like, I haven't bought a Funko Pop in how long? I haven't bought a Funko Pop. I think I bought one in September. One. Like, we're not out here buying tiddlywinks and stuff. But if I go bankrupt from buying food, paying rent, and paying my bills, and I'm trying to be as aware as possible, and my family is warm, and I go bankrupt because of that, whatever. I give up. Right? So it's like, you know what, whatever. I'm tired. It's like I'm tired of freaking out and stressing about this. I'm tired of it. All right. So anyways, give me a second here. It's that time for Q&R. I'm 45. We bought our first home last year. You will eventually get there. We're chugging. We're trying, Don. We're trying. Just chugging along. Best that I can. We'll get there eventually. All right. So let me set up the timer for 15 minutes. All right. We got 15 minutes. And go. If you guys got any questions, please fire them away. I'll try my best to answer them. Did the stream die at one point? That was weird. I look over at Twitch chat, so. Best interactions. I mean, meeting fans, meeting viewers is always the best thing. That's always been the best thing, to see somebody be like, "Oh my gosh, I love your content. I watch your content. You're so awesome." That hearing that and hearing people talk about that is just something that is just absolutely thrilling, to be able to sit here and be able to hear that, you know, your content is making, you know, to hear that your content is making an effect on someone else's life is something that's just the best. It's the best thing. It's the best feeling. It feels great. No problem, Blazer. Take care. Wumpa League could be huge for you too. I'm hoping. I've only been talking about Wumpa League for like 2 years. We're coming up to 2 years. Actually, yeah, 2 years. I've been talking about Wumpa League for 2 years. If someone offered you $1 million to ride the world's tallest roller coaster, would you do it? As long as it was considered safe? Absolutely. Done. Star 15. Done. I'll ask, can I ride it twice? Done. $1 million? Done. There's my house, Star 15. That's my house. Could all the Wumpa League content lead you to 100K subs? Maybe. I hope so. That would be great. I would love for that to happen. That would be fantastic. Will it happen? Don't know. I just got to work my butt off. I know that I'm happy we got the announcement right before I go up north. I'm going to take this time to be able to just breathe, relax, and just be for 2 weeks. I think get back, have a month of, you know, preparation, have a month of, have 1 month of Wumpa League, Wumpa League, Wumpa League, Wumpa League, and then December 8th, crush that as much as we can, take the holiday break, and then we see from there. Going to be you and Wumpa Lewis who are no really. Mr. Bo is up there too. Mr. Bo would be covering it too. I remember The Crazy G is another one. Destination Mark. Miharu would probably talk about it a bit. I know she's more towards Spyro, but she does talk about Crash content as well. But Destination Mark, there are a couple. So Destination Mark would be more of the, would probably be more known for the Crash content. I know Blue Knight talks about Crash content. I'm just thinking, if I hope no one gets offended if they look back and like, he didn't mention me. I'm trying to remember. Wumpa Lewis would be another one. Caddy might do it. Caddy might do it. Caddy might do it. But I don't know. I don't know. Caddy. It's going to be interesting. I know Caddy is probably going to talk about it a bit, but in terms of like covering it, Crystal Fisher would talk about it too. Fisher would talk about it too. Yeah. Viperian too. Viperian. Yes. Viperian. That's the one who, that's another one I forgot. Oh, also maybe, Riders DX. He's a nice guy. I met him at PAX. Nice guy. Nice guy. Been 2 years to Crash 4 and still no microtransactions. Yeah, seriously. Spyro movie TV show or Crash movie TV show, which one would be more keen for if done right? I think a Spyro TV show would be really good. I don't think a Crash movie or TV show would work great. It maybe a TV show, but I think a Spyro TV show would do really well because we've already kind of done sort of a tester on that, and that is literally Skylanders Academy. And it did really well. It got 3 seasons and was very popular. And I think that with a lot of tender love and care, and you get something that is very well put together, and you have a lot of comedy, and you have a lot of really cool characters, I think a Spyro TV show would really kill it. Not to say that a Crash Bandicoot TV show wouldn't kill it. They could kill it. But I think potentially a Spyro TV show would be able to have more jokes, more gags, more story, more etc. etc. Would you cry if Wumpa League is revealed at the Game Awards? Probably will. Probably will. And that's just a relief of stress because, man, the only claim that I have is that I did not let go of the Wumpa League stuff. I did not let go of it. I did not. While a lot of people started to, like, they were like, yeah, I don't really want to talk about it anymore. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about it anymore. Man, even if the video didn't get 10,000 views, if I had something to say about it, I said it. And I held on to Wumpa League because I knew it was a thing. I knew it was a thing. I know it's a thing. Whatever. It might even be called something else now. It might even be called something else. But if it's a Crash multiplayer game with PvP, that's it. Done. That's Wumpa League to me. I don't care if you call it Schnipple League. I don't care if you call it Schnapple Papple. Crash Bandicoot Schnapple Papple. If it's PvP multiplayer, that's Wumpa League to me. Done. We just called it Wumpa League because that was the most recognizable thing. That was what we called it, right? I think for marketing purposes, there should be something, Wumpa League related to it. Something, related to, like, maybe Crash Bandicoot, the Wumpa League, or whatever. For marketing and SEO purposes, I think Wumpa League would be a good idea to continue the branding of. But overall, just if there is a Crash Bandicoot multiplayer PvP title, even multiplayer, to me, that's Wumpa League. Done. Done. Finished. GG. We're done. If it was Crash Bandicoot 5, I would be happy, but I would be shocked, and I would also be confused. Because then the follow-up question would be, after we answer all those questions, what happened to Wumpa League, right? That would be the follow-up question, but I don't think it's going to be that. I don't think so. I think it's Wumpa League. I think it's Wumpa League. or whatever it is you want to call it. So I know it's almost the same, but would you do a Crash 4 stream but with the Steam version? If I get a review code in time. And hopefully I will get one in time, and then maybe I will do that for one of these streams while I'm north, maybe? While I'm up north, maybe. I don't know. I want to do a video basically, though, explaining what the differences are. If there's a difference. If there is a difference. All right, we got 6 minutes left until we are going to do the countdown. Do you think we'll ever get a new CTR? They showed they can make great new tracks with the Grand Prix. I think it would be an absolutely... You might as well just take a gun, point to your foot, and shoot 8 times if you don't think it's a good idea to make another CTR game. Activision would be dumb to not make a new CTR. As I said, if they think a new CTR wouldn't sell well, take a gun, point it right to your foot, load it with 8 bullets, and fire 9 times. Just to make sure. Because that would be the dumbest decision to not do. A sequel to CTR. It sold better than Insane initially. When it initially released, it sold bigger numbers than Insane. That should just tell you everything that you need to know right bloody there. Like, come on, man. That's ridiculous to think that, CTR2 probably wouldn't do well. Well, yeah, no, it would. Do you like money? Yes. Do a CTR2. Shut up and do a CTR2. Hey, Nick Kelly. That's basically the summary for... So it would be so dumb to not do a CTR2. That game got me through really hard times. Hey, you know what? Trust me. Don't sound silly. It don't sound silly. It happens. Yeah, these experiences with these games, they happen. They allow you to be able to get through some tough times. They get you through some harsh times. Would you ever stream CTR NF again? I know the servers are pretty yikes, though. Yes, I would. I think I streamed CTR 2, or I streamed the CTR a month or so ago. Just with the new stuff coming up, it's going to be kind of hard to pull out a reason. But maybe leading up to... the release of Wumpa League, maybe we'll do a bunch of streams. Maybe we'll do Insane, CTR 4, and then into Wumpa League, however that gets released. What's your favorite game so far this year? Honestly, I have not been playing a lot of games besides the core games that I've been playing. Besides Crash, Skylanders, and stuff, but there are games that I am looking forward to. I'm looking forward to... It feels like everything that I want to play this year has been shoved into the next couple of months between Pokemon, between Wumpa League, between God of War Ragnarok, and the only game that I haven't been able to pick up to really decide on is, Skyward Sword. Yeah, I played Skyward Sword earlier this year. I want to finish Forbidden West. And I want to finish that while I'm up north. And I want to be able to enjoy it. And I think that's going to be a real fun time for me. Will you do Spyro Nuzlocke again? Maybe one day. When I'm a little bit less stressed. A little bit less stressed in life. That's the main thought. Is once I de-stress a little bit, once we decompress. Oh, Arceus! There it is. You know what? Mystic's right. So far, the games that I've played so far this year, Arceus was absolutely I was obsessed with Arceus. To a point where I was thinking about quite literally starting a secondary Pokemon channel because of Arceus. I loved Arceus. I absolutely adored that game. I played that game to death. to death. To death. I played that game to death. KO was fun. I enjoyed KO. KO was fun. 2 minutes left. 2-minute warning. Get your final questions in. 2-minute warning. No, Arceus was just... I loved it. I loved every second of it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. I did all the content. All the content. I completed the Pokedex. I've caught shinies of so much. I love that game. That game was so much fun. I loved Legends. Whether you pronounce it Arceus, Arceus. Do you think they'll tease Spyro in a Wumpa League trailer? I think Spyro is going to show up. Do I think that they're going to tease Spyro in the trailer? While that would be awesome, I don't know. That would be a marketing... That would be a big marketing bomb if they did. But I don't think so. What I think they're going to do is I think they're going to hold out for a later date. But what I think what they're going to do is I think that day one they're going to have the roster. Hey, Elena, thank you so much for the $2. How goes selling your extra portals? Oh, I haven't even posted them yet. I mean, they're all piled up over there. What I think they're going to do, this is what my prediction is. I think what they're going to do is that they're going to talk about a roster. They're going to be talking about... Oh, that's time's up. They're going to be talking... I'll finish this question... And then we'll get going, and I'll be back next week. So they're gonna have a big roster. They're gonna have a big old roster. They're gonna be talking about, and then like 2 weeks or like a week before launch, they're gonna say day one there's gonna be a new character, and it's gonna be something like Nina Cortex, or it's gonna be something like Crunch Bandicoot, or a character that is like kind of more niche towards the Crash Bandicoot universe, and then they're going to reveal that as kind of like the final hype piece to be like, by the way, blah, 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 there it is. There is, here is Crunch, or here is Nina, or here is whomever, right? And say, yeah, these are the characters. So, see y'all next week. Awesome stream as always. Thank you, Milk Dud. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. So, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I will be back next week with something. I still have to figure that out. I still have to sort out what I'm going to be streaming next week. But anyways, thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video and our live stream. Time for the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Take care now. Bye-bye.